two pre-loved guitars, and here we have two Harley Benton straight in from Thomann, and these are the guitars of Carlos. And we've got Yummy here, that's Morris's sister on quality control. This is a bit difficult to do this with a cat in the way and handheld, but the idea is I want to be able to open these up. Now really what we're going to look at, I'm going to open them up and look at two guitars close up, but I think I need her to be out of the way. Come on, you. Goodbye. How long that'll last. Anyway, so the aim of this is to turn one of these guitars into, well, put two of them together, which is going to be interesting. So again, this is nigh on impossible to do with a single hand, so I'll get as far as I can, and then I might have to stick it on a stand, which probably won't look that good. Okay, so we have the Harley Benton packing stuff, which actually I could probably just tear with, well, if I could tear it with one hand I would, but I can't. Yeah, it's not terribly good, is it? Get under there. If I had a decent knife as well, this would work. No, that's so old that it's not doing its thing. See, I don't do unboxings. Hang on. Let's tear this apart. Hooray! So we have here a Harley Benton Standard Series with its new slightly different headstocks. This is the left-handed version, of course, and then we have down here we have a left-handed Strat with its little polystyrene plug which has come off. Anyway, and then as I saw in somebody else's video the other day, the paper string protectors. It actually may be more fret protectors than string protectors, because actually this may save the strings, the frets from getting any string impressions on them. But there we have it. So look, it's a left-handed Harley Benton with whatever the neck is on these things now that they use. It's not bad looking stuff, is it? We've got a, who knows what that is, nut. We can guess about that. We've got a very low first fret action at present. Nice looking thing. Let's lift it out. This is as much of the one-handed review as I can do. And excuse me, caught the case candy in my fingers there. Yeah, so let's have a look in the nice afternoon sunshine. Pretty looking thing. A slight funny kind of bulge there on the cut of the plastic. Can you see that around that screw? The screw. It's got a little sort of sticky out bit. Maybe I'm noticing it more because it's a left-handed shape. But anyway, so at the moment we've got a very high playing action down here. I don't know how well you can see that. Come on, gimbal. Don't run around too far. I'm trying to get that. That's high. Got a very high action there. Actually, it's quite high now looking at it on the first fret. Certainly down that side it is. So, you know, standard setup stuff to be done. Looking on the back, you know, we don't expect anything but fairly decent QC, you know. These aren't bad looking creatures. You know, it's got everything you want. Lots of shine. You know, standard lightweight tremolo bridge, but hey hey. So that's the black one. Now the idea of this is that Carlos wants to transform this basic one into kind of Gilmour Strat, but you notice that the one we just looked at has a rosewood or a dark wood fingerboard, and so the donor for the maple is going to be this one. And on top of that, there's going to be a load of new parts. There goes the tremolo on, and new parts going in. So we can do the same terrible tearing, ripping thing. Saves putting down this thing altogether. I will do in a minute, I think, but not a lot of point. She's got a nice metallic finish, this red one, I've got to say. It's very, very good looking. So here we are in the land of red metallic. I don't know if it's a candy apple colour exactly, but it's a nice looking finish. It's attractive, let's put it that way. You can see it, get a good look at it there, and how well any sparkle shows up in that, but not at all bad. And then we've got this very raw looking maple neck, which isn't necessarily what you'd kind of think of with a Gilmour Strat. You'd kind of imagine a more classic, perhaps lacquered, more heavily lacquered fender maple neck, but you know, here. Okay, this time that's on the right place, and there we have it. But yeah, look at that in the sunshine. What a beautiful set of colours that we've got going on there. What a beautiful colour. Shining in the light. I mean, it's hard to see because it's so reflective. I think it's better when you don't have so much reflection. You get to really look at that, enjoy that colour in the corners. Look at that, beautiful. So again, this one, very tidy condition, I have to say, all round. Same again, you know, very, very standard machine heads. Frets are a little bit sharp, but nothing major. Again, the kind of stuff, details you'd take care of. Joint looks a bit of a gap down there, but nothing too bad. And you know, in terms of packaging, Thomann are pretty good at this. That's fallen down. Better when they're stuck in place, I have to say. That's the only disappointment. But generally speaking, Thomann are pretty good in the case sort of packaging. But they're, this is sitting on something. Hold on. But they're not fantastic. I mean, their stuff always gets. I've never got anything broken from them, but they kind of put these boxes inside a bigger box, which is okay if you've got two. In this, well, it's not really that okay. What happens is they press quite easily up against the sides of the bigger box, so there's not a lot of buffer room. But this one, pickguard cut, is a little bit dodgy. It's like they haven't got smooth curves anymore. This neck reminds me of a guitar. What was that thing? Oh lordy, Hohner LX cheap Strat. I mean, you know, these are cheap Strats, but it's got that kind of, it's got those kind of inclusions in the grain which you get in this cheaper maple. I don't even know what kind of maple it is, but it's quite commonplace in Chinese built necks. You know, it's like kind of caramel, chunks of caramel stuck in it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, it's just a particular look. There we go. So just have a kind of listen through to these. I'm going to take this camera and put it on a stand and try and just get a sense of how these play. I mean, there should be I don't expect any problems with them. But the idea, anyway, is to take the neck off this one, transplant it to the black one, and make some alterations, and turn the black one into a bit of a Dave Gilmour looking thing for Carlos, and then maybe do something else with the red one. See you in a minute. Hello folks, welcome to Relive Guitars. Morris is checking things out, so we've got an interesting couple of job to do. This is for Carlos in the Czech Republic, and we've got here two brand new left-handed Harley Benton, I think they're called S or ST, I can't remember which one, S or ST 20s. They're what they call their Standard Series, and two of them side by side, one in candy apple and the other one in black. And the challenge is to swap the necks first of all, that's the main thing, and then turn the black one into a kind of Dave Gilmour-esque Strat with the Gilmour style wiring. And for that purpose we've got, you're not giving me any room, are you? We've got a load of parts which I've got down there. So a very helpful, very clear list of things that Carlos wants doing, and the only thing for me to work out now is what order to do them in. And it's got to be without Morris on the table, really. He's playing with the case candy. No, I wouldn't. Thanks. I wouldn't call it case candy. I would call it, Morris, enough. I would call it tags. Right, he's going to have to go down, so off we go. So, a small amount of heat. You want to go out? Where'd you go? Go on, go play. Go on. I'm sure he'll be back later on. We have a pile of goodies here, which we're going to use as we go along. So like I say, the critical thing is the order of things that we're going to do, and the focus is on the black one. So the first thing I guess we're going to do is take the neck off this one. Now for the short term we've got nothing specifically to do with the red one other than, I think, probably maybe just set that one up as well, but we'll obviously do that separately. So I think the first thing I want to do is just get the neck swap done, and then we'll kind of get into the, well, not get the neck swap, let's get the neck off this one, then we'll get into the business of the, if I can get that in place, we'll go into the business of the detail stuff. So we've got plastic nut here, and they're beautifully fitted. I have to say that for these, they're not very useful. I really do need. I think I'll just cut this off because trying to. Maybe I'll figure a way to get this off without snapping it. Yeah, the nut's beautifully fitted. That's for sure, but it's not a quality business. But because it's so well fitted, we may have to end up sort of cutting it in half to get it out. Anyway, so we'll get all these, get the neck off, and then we'll kind of concentrate predominantly on the black one. So you can see they've done their best to get a fairly low action. They've got this horrible butterfly metal string tree which we're going to replace on the black one certainly, but that's a point of friction which I don't like. Anyway, so the nut slots on this thing look pretty horrible. They're way too deep. If I was going to say if you're going to cut them that deep, we do need to cut them that deep to get them right. But when we've cut them that deep and got them as right as we can, oh, that's a bit stiff. We do need to reduce the rest of the nut because it's just a great big wall of plastic threatening to strangle the movement of the strings, which we can do without. So we'll keep those there because we'll want to use them again. Now I'm not timing this just yet, and the reason I'm not timing this bit is because I'm trying to do as much as I can of the simple stuff additional for Carlos at no extra charge. I like to be able to include straightforward stuff in, if I can get this to work, in a setup at no additional charge, providing it doesn't take me a ton of time. So for example, swapping this neck out is non-standard, right? So, but it's providing it's well manufactured to the same tolerance, then it shouldn't be a big issue of refitting it to another guitar. So we'll get this, we'll see how well that pans out to begin with. Now what I suggest is the bolts go with the neck. That's a little thought I just had. And that's only because, just in case they're slightly different size to the ones on the other one, they should be exactly the same, but you never know. Okay, so there goes our maple neck. Reasonable quality. Now what we may find, and this is where it starts to become gets involved with taking longer, we may find that that if the neck holes are in the neck holes are in a different position, that's where we could find ourselves having to do some extra work, and so it starts to get a little more complex. But everything about the cut in the pocket and everything so far looks tidy, so not too worried. I'm trying to just temporarily, I would like to, these things just get tangled straight up without having to ask. I'd like to just wrap these around once and have them approximately out the way so that we can just get on and put this, hang this out the way safely. My God, do they ever want to tangle up quickly? Okay, there's a sort of just about that, and there's one tangled up straight away. Horrible things. Okay. A little bit of this. Stick that to there. Stay there, and then let's stick a bit of this string, if we can, through one of these ear holes. It's not actually that easy because this splits apart very quickly. You need a smaller device, something like this. Morris is waiting for a chance to jump back up and join in the fun. Too big. Here he comes. Let's try and push that through. Okay, let's go. Through we go, come on. I should have some other material to do this with, but I'm afraid I don't. Just have this yellow stuff at the moment. Ain't working. Oh, I'll go through the bigger one. That is, I didn't realise this was drilled all the way through. He's sniffing the guitar for viruses. Right, that was a bit of a faff, I have to tell you, but it'll do for now. More important than anything, it will just give us a safe place to hang this, or a safe way to hang this out of harm's way. Fine. So at the same time, I'll take all of these off because they're going to be off in the new setup. So we're going to replace these with replacing them with tusk ones. So all of this kind of is pre-set up, if you like. This is just preparatory stuff. I had this idea yesterday that Harley Benton had redesigned their headstocks. I don't think they have, but they feel different, you know, just in terms of looks. So maybe that's quite some success story that they managed to achieve that. But I think they're new, even though they're not. Morris, you're making it difficult, my friend. Okay. So getting this stripped back, and I suppose we might as well, well, No, let's not put the new tuners on until we decide whether the neck pocket fits are good, in which case we won't need to do any modification. So these coming undone very easily, often the case when, especially with Japanese timber that Chinese timber that shrinks a little bit, and then you get slightly loose tuners. Oh my god, these are difficult to hold for some reason. Very thin, that's why. Weird. There's nothing to grip onto. Ooh, ow. Crunchy. I mean, you know, for the price that these things come at, you can't expect... Sorry, it's not a very good view, is it, with Morris's head right in the way. Still Morris's head in the way. Yeah, for the price point these come at, can't really expect any better. Okay, so observation is that they're 10mm holes, so that's good for a straightforward tuner replacement. The only difference is, I don't know if the replacement tuners have got 45-degree screw points, but it's no massive deal if they haven't. So you can see this bit of extra time involved in doing this. This is fiddly. They've made these so thin that they're actually difficult to get hold of compared to normal tuners. I mean, they're saving metal, that's what they're doing, but there's not much of a nut to grab onto, which actually makes the removal feel very weird. It makes me wish I had one of those, I forgot what they're called, you know, box spanner, isn't it? Box spanner? Anyway. Right. Try and think. This is really weird what they've done to these. Makes the grabbing hold of them very difficult. Okay, so look, that's this stuff here now. I want to do. I'm going to get me a box for all these parts container, because we are going to end up with a lot of spare parts along the way here. Okay, beautifully fitted. That's really, I mean, what an absolute precise fit. So I'm afraid about the only way to get through this is going to be cutting it. I mean, I could try and lift it out and see if it works, but chances are it's not going to want to. Oh, actually, take it back. It's not even glued in because shouldn't do that. Tested it with my teeth, which means now I've got the evil virus. Yeah, it wasn't even glued in, so good, came out easily. So there we have the bare essentials of the neck. I'm just going to place this under here for now, because the next thing I want to do is fetch down the back one, and we'll take the neck off that one, as well as the case candy, well, the little tag, which isn't anything you'd really want to keep. So there's another one. So just trying various different camera angles on this fella here. Wow. Now this one will leave the tuners and the string trees and the nut in for the time being. And we'll also leave the strings attached because they'll act as good sacrificial strings for doing the setup part of it. But this now is going to be a part for longer, because I'm going to need to take the pickguard out and prepare to swap out everything, pickups, all electronics, all components. And pickguard, I expect, will need some modification, but we won't know until we get it lined up. So again, we do want to use these strings, so I want to store them off sideways out of the way safely. Again, the problem with holding on to strings like this is when you run them through a loop, the first thing that happens is that the free ends try and get hooked up, and so you get a bird's nest very quickly. They're not cooperative at all. So I'm trying to put all of these coily end bits through once, just enough to tie them down. And these I want to tie back down at the back end of the guitar for now, just onto the paintwork, just out of the way. But I'm conscious that they're going to catch hold at any point. Okay, so we turn these over, this over, and we're going to remove the neck here. Obviously, when you remove a neck, don't leave it dangling completely over the edge, because by the time you get to the last screw, you're in danger of the thing falling over. So the screws here, I'm going to put in the other box away from this one. Sorry, away from this one. So we refit with the original ones that went with the maple neck. I mean, they're both maple, but you know what I mean, maple fingerboard. Okay, there it goes. And the first question will be, what's the fit of these two necks in relation to each other? So these go over here. Drop this off. Okay, noticing that's pretty close to the edge. Now, the first thing I want to do is check and see how that relates to the maple one, just in looks. They're very similar, so it's on. Looks like it's the same, you know, same straightforward production line, machining and everything. So we should have a direct refit, which is good. So I think what I'm going to do is let's hang this up here for a while, out of the way. And what we'll do is we'll pause on this neck for a minute, stick it under here again, bonk. And now the time has come to get stuck in to the electrics part of things. So again, I'm going to take off all of the screws on the back, and we'll remove this because we want to get to the back plate. And we're going to get me the right thing. Yeah, we'll take all the plastic off in a minute, and we'll basically strip this down to nothing, because everything. Oh yeah, I have to take the strings out because we're changing the bridge as well. Oh. If Carlos was watching this, he'll be going, what's he thinking of? Well, absolutely true. So, here we go. Okay, a little bit unevenly positioned, but hey. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the springs off. I'm going to lose this bridge. I'm going to disconnect all the wiring for now. Choppers. Save me heating up the soldering iron just now. the best looking thing in the world, but okay. So now we're going to remove the tremolo screws. Now this is going to be a challenge, whether or not the replacement bridge is a fit. Now Carlos doesn't want this working as a tremolo bridge, so we don't have the usual problem of a more massive heavy steel block struggling to move within the confined spaces of these units here that are routed for the small zinc alloy block. So we shouldn't have that problem, but my main concern will be just the basic configuration of the plate and the holes. So we, you know, for a simple fit, we want to be able to do a straight swap. If it turns out that we have to fill and re-drill, obviously that's going to add time and it starts getting much more complicated. So right at the moment I'm taking the bridge out and we'll put it to one side and we'll see. The tremolo, 6-screw tremolos are very, very sensitive to the size of the tremolo screw bridge, the tremolo bridge screw that goes with them, and a lot of people get caught out by replacing these. Let's say they get rusty or something and you find another set of 6 from some other guitar. Some people tend to change them out because it looks nicer, and then find the bridge won't return to pitch or it won't operate and so on. And that's because the new bridge doesn't have, well, it might be that, sorry, the new screws are slightly wider and they don't allow the holes to move, or the bridge to move around them as they should. So you've got to get that exact if you want the thing to work. Okay, so here we go. We're going to take this out. We're going to replace this. Everything is getting changed out, so it's a complete strip down as far as electronics are concerned. And then for the time being, I'm going to want to just hang the body out the way as well. There's a little shim in here, I've just noticed, and I'm going to stick that down. But that was for that particular neck. So right now we don't actually know whether that's going to be necessary or not. But it's right sitting there. So what I tend to do when that happens is I tend to draw around it so I know what was there. And if I need to replace it, I'll replace it. It's the same thickness all the way across. The thing I criticised on the other bit of video was the shapes of these edges. They, somewhere in the machining or the mass production over time, they seem to, I don't know whether it's a router or something, but they lose, the curves get distorted and they end up a little bumpy. It's not massive, but it's kind of enough to spoil the sleek look of the Stratocaster style pickguard. That's a shame, really. So in terms of upgrading, the first challenge we're going to have is that Carlos has sent through full-scale, full-size pots for the upgrade, and these units, these bodies, will not have been routed for full-size pots. Almost certainly not. And the first question will be whether or not we can do just a straight replacement. And the chances are, in my experience, the answer is no. We'll have to chisel out more space. Again, adds time and you know, yeah, it's just a bit of a pain. Now, so basically what we're doing is we're removing everything that was there. Small pots, as noticed, a drop down for the switch, fine, and a swimming pool sized cavity, which we would expect part of keeping the unit light. So if we take clean cloth, and we just clean out some of this dusty grime, that's your basic body, and it looks like basswood to me. Oh, we were going to lose this claw as well. Not completely yeah, it is, I suppose. It's critical in terms of the spacing of the claw. Actually, you know what? Just for now, that isn't the most critical thing. Even though you might argue that the tremolo claw on the next one is a better quality claw, or whatever you might argue. The thing to consider here is if I take out these screws and replace them, or take them out for now and then use the Wilkinson one that we've got as the replacement, chances are the Wilkinson one will be wider, and that means I have to fill these with wood and glue, and then I have to re-drill right next to them into what's relatively mushy wood. For a softish wood like this basswood, or relatively soft wood, I would prefer a solid anchor, and as long as we've got 5 attachment points, I would rather use this original than the new one. It's a structural kind of consideration. That's all there is to it. It'll do the job exactly as well. And what I'll do is I'm starting out with these screwed quite most of the way in. Because that's where we'll end up going. Okay, so that's the body. Like I say, the challenge is going to be, Morris, I don't really need you on here just now. Go on, down you go. Go on, down. Before everything else falls down with you. Come on. No, this is going to get messy. Thank you. There you go. Yeah, the challenge is going to be, before I get into rewiring a new scratch plate and so on, the challenge will be checking the fit of these pots and see just how much we're going to have to remove to make them work. So there's going to be, nothing's going to be taken for granted at this point in time. Let's get this out of the way. Aha! They fell out the bag, and so did this. Damn it! Oh, Morris, no! Come on, you need to be out of the way now. This is. I've just gone and lost the bit I had. Oh, Morris, where did it go? There it is. You made me lose it, boy. Right, let's push this through the hole. Check. No, actually could, yeah, for this period I'm going to put that under there for now because I need to have it to hand. Right, parts, over there, over here. Locking tuned. Okay, so first thing we've got is a plate that we actually aren't going to do anything with. I think everything is completely replaced with this guitar, so let's just put that out of the way over here for now. We start on now is the spares, and let's keep the things together that we're going to need. So I think we're going to need the neck screws. I think now we've got a replacement plate which actually looks identical, nigh on identical to the one we've just taken off, but they're very similar. There's not much between them. We'll keep this back panel, and we'll keep all these little screws. Morris is going to work his way up here again, and I'm going to get rid of him again. We'll keep these original, actually no, we're going to lose these original tremolo screws. Morris, you've got to go down, I'm afraid. Come on, you can't do this today. You need to go and do something else. Sorry. Let's see what we've got. There's quite a lot of it. So we've got a shielding kit here, which we're going to need to do separately. Put that down there. We've got tusk nuts, and we've got some capacitors and bits and bobs for the various circuit parts. So we'll get this paperwork out of the way. We've got loads more wiring bits and bobs. We've got the full-size pots, we've got the strings, we've got the tremolo components, pots, and we've got the new tremolo, new pick guard, and we've got the tuners. So there's a lot of stuff coming out into play all of a sudden. Stay. Where's my... Okay, so... No, Morris, not good. Out. Come on, you gotta go. You gotta go. Come on. How long that will last is anyone's guess. So here we have the replacement pick guard. So, protective film, thankfully. So, the first thing that we're going to need to... Well, there's a couple of things. Let's worry about the pickups a little bit later. Let's start with the pick guard, the bridge. So let's have a look at the bridge. Here's our replacement. So first of all, it doesn't fit. Okay, so that's the first issue. We don't have enough room. It's much wider, obviously, than the original. So this thing isn't going to fit as a straight drop-in. Actually, you know what? Sorry, it might do if I crush some of these little bits out of the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up through the back here and just sand upwards to remove a few of the little kind of bits hanging off the end, which first of all were getting in the way. So there we go. We've got a potential just about fit.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you want some food?
What are you making? Lucky me.
Poached egg.
Oh yeah, that sounds great. Thank you. Yeah.
10 minutes?
Yep, I'll be in. Thank you. So I'm just looking at this, and we would barely get in on these existing holes. We would. No, but you know what? Well, this isn't going to work. If this was a tremolo that we wanted to do this with, we've got all kinds of problems, because you can see it hasn't got enough room to move. But this isn't one of those. It's going to be locked down. So we only need to get the screws in, so we can afford to have them under pressure on the end. So this will work without having to drill new holes, which is good. It saves some time. So in a way, we can kind of go straight to that. The question with any of these things when you replace them is whether the middle point is spot on the middle point. So let's assume it is. Let's get these in place. We'll get the new tremolo screws. Now there's only 3 springs with this kit, and you can lock it down with 3 or 5, but Carlos wants 5, so we'll use 3 of the Harley Benton ones on top of that. So I want to just drive these home a bit quicker. So I'm going to use, am I going to remember 10 minutes? Probably not. So I'm going to get this fitted in around the centre ones. The reason for that is that they will really mark the centre point of the string spread, and we're going to just have to hope that that's pretty much dead on. We're missing one of it. There it is. So it's as you get out to the outside, you run out of. It starts to get a little bit more of a push. So you've got quite a lot of play. So I'm going to go with the 2 middle ones first. Right, now that's slightly too far down. We don't want it kinked up like that, but it isn't bad for the time being just to hold it, have it, you know, in the centered spot. So that's cool. We can then drive home the other ones. We'll get these down first. And then these outer ones, they're going to push a little bit, but we don't mind that because it's not going to be used in tremolo action. There's no way it can be without changing the whole route shape. This is kind of tearing away a bit at the basswood, pushing it to one side, but that's okay. Okay, I mean that's pretty locked down as it is. Now this just about works without anything hanging out the back, which is good because it's a fairly full thickness body. So I'm going to attach the 5 springs I've got here. No, Morris. No, it's not a good time. Go on, out you go. Go and sit down by the door and be well behaved. So we've got the 5. We've got the 5 screws, and the fact is they're all going to be in the right position, as good a position as possible. They're not going to be perfect because it's a slightly different sized thing. So number 3 goes all the way up to here. Wow, that's quite a stretch. They're all going to be under a lot of pressure, but it's actually it's pretty much on centre. That's not bad. Okay, so we don't, for this amount of springs, we really don't need all 5. Sorry, we don't need 5 springs really, and we don't need the tremolo claw pulled off. Morris, honestly, today is not the day. You can't do it, mate. Yeah, so we don't need all this loading, but it's not going to harm it to have it. I mean, we'll put him on because he wants 5. But we don't truly need all 5. Now getting this one in will be a strain. You can see the outer ones are 2 different brand. They're from the Harley Benton, not the Wilkinson, but they do the job perfectly well. Oh God, it's a push. It really is a push. Okay, there's your 5 springs. There's your bridge slammed flat on the table, and then we've got a little bit of counter adjustment on here just to get the screws where they need to be. Which is not to press down. Remember, you've got a bevel on the front edge of the tremolo, which you don't want to press to the deck, because all that will do is bend the plate and put just unnecessary forces on it. Okay. So in a way, this sort of straight swap change out on a guitar like this, even though you might think, okay, even if you had enough room to swap out the original Harley Benton bridge on this thing with a Wilkinson, the fact that the Wilkinson holes are straining on these last 2, I would basically not do it. I would fill and re-drill, and the reason for that is because these 2 outside ones really are the ones that have to be spot on, and in this case, when you're doing this replacement with the so-called universal fitting, you're actually under pressure on your outer ones, which makes return to pitch impossible. Okay, so the next question before I go in for something to eat is we have a challenge here with these full-size 250k pots from All Parts, and that's not the least of our challenge at the moment. So we're going to have a challenge size-wise. So look, as you can see, Morris, you can't come on here, I'm sorry. The chances of those lining up perfectly to get into that space is slim. So the way you can test it straight away before we take a break is to quickly drop in one of these fellas Yeah, like that. Oh, wrong way around. Of course it's the other way around, isn't it? Left-handed. Oh. Put on one of those like that, and then we'll just have a quick sort of touchy feel and see if there's any way that it fits in. It'd be great if it does, because I don't want to have to do grinding and chiseling. Oh, look at that. That's actually... no. Yes and no. It's okay for here. We need to modify this a little bit. Actually, we might even just get away with that. Do you know what? We might get away with it. Since that doesn't have to move, we don't really care if it's touching that. We would do if it was a moving... Actually, we should be alright. Well, that's a good point to stop and have a break. That saved a little bit of time. But in a sense, you can see that so far, none of this is standard setup stuff. So, you know, we're kind of on the other work bit at the moment. Okay, hope that's a good start. We'll come back to it, and I'll hang this body safely out of the way while we concentrate on the pick guard next. Well, this won't be very satisfactory because these guitars are left-handed for a start, which is a good get out for me, so I don't have to worry about being a terrible player. That's back to front. Okay, so everything works. I don't know where the tremolo is currently set, but it works. The action's pretty high, and there's quite a lot of room on the stilts on the grub screws to take it down, so that's not the most impossible task. Oh, beautiful. That one works. Let's try the other one briefly, very briefly, just so I can report back before we start the Frankenstein surgery. Sorry, I might have to go through the painful tuning process again in a minute. very unstretched, so horrible strings. Alright, okay. Gotta go. So very quickly. Very well fitted nuts, I have to say. Right, we'll call that quits for now. Just wanted to make sure that everything was working. The thing is, with one of these, the tremolo will work as well as any Strat style tremolo will. It's, you know, people look at them and go, oh, it's a cheap Benton, Harley Benton, it's got, you know, a low mass block and so on and so on, and find all kinds of reasons to assume that it will not work as a floating tremolo. My experience is that they do, but you have to get the strings stretched properly, and you have to get the nut slots sorted properly too. And if either of those two things are wrong, the tremolo will put it out of tune every single time you try and play it. Okay, I can report to Carlos that they're in good shape, they're all here and things are ready to go. See you soon. There we go. Luckily these tuners are a drop-in fit too, which is good, and meaning that the screw positions are in the right place as well. I mean, it's not that difficult to get 45-degree screw positions, but it's not always the case. So once I just put these on, the reason I'm putting these on this early is because for lining up and making sure neck alignments are good, which is what we'd want to do, having changed the neck or about to change the neck. You want to be able to put on a couple of strings and test the alignment before you screw the screws in. So it kind of helps in that department. Okay, very light gauge, light torque. Now, is this a good fit? Yeah, it's close. I don't think there'll be any alignment problems. Well, it's not perfect, but it's not too bad. I'm just going to do them not fully up yet. I'm going to do them a bit and then check the tighten up on the other side and then finish them after that. Nice looking tuners. I've got to find out where Carl got them, because I could do with a set of these. And that one doesn't quite want to go. There we go. So a little bit of tension there, just enough so they'll stay in place, but we can move them a little bit. And then follow up with putting the screws on the back in fully. Okay, so my last sort of ditch tweaks will be if we can make any adjustments like that. That's about it. And then we'll turn the last bit by hand, which is actually quite difficult because this screwdriver almost contacts with the locking rim. Just get there. Okay. Okay, and then a little bit of final tightening up on here. Okay, those done. Let's do some tusk string retrieve while we're at it. These things, they are so hard to get out. Ridiculously easy to end up cutting yourself to bits with them. Okay, so we'll put the shorter one in further down where the angle's less steep. Doesn't need to be so tall. And then we'll put the higher one okay. Those are there. Right, that can go in the bin. Thin down the spare part. Okay, so I'm going to put this aside again for a minute. And the next thing I want to concentrate on is the scratch plate position. As it stands, we don't quite know where things are going to need to line up. So what's quite a good idea is we'll cover off some of this anyway, just to keep it fresh. I don't mind if it leaves a bit of glue on there, we can always wipe that off afterwards. This is just to keep the paintwork relatively safe as we move things around, and also it gives us a thing to put this down on here. Now, one of the things I do know, I'm just going to get a blade out, is I do need this bit freed up because I want to check the position of all three pots and so on before I decide where the screws, pickguard screws, have to go. So being able to cut this out accurately is quite handy. Like that. And then, just to be on the safe side, it just makes no sense to assume anything with this. So I'm going to fit these three very quickly. I don't think I need to, I'm going to put the switch on as well, just to be sure. Now it's not the final fitting because I want to do the shielding. I would sneeze, but I'm just going to do these quickly. it's so much better to be sure before you make holes and reposition scratch plate holes and stuff like that. So a little bit of time spent getting these right now is well worth it. And then often, I don't think it's going to be a problem on this guitar, but sometimes a problem can be the upmarket, yeah, the higher quality Oak Grigsby type screw thing. 3 of these, that's kind of them. Weird. Yeah, it can be. You add this sort of 4 of them. Oh, that's very kind of them too. I see, depending on which scratch plate you've got. These are flat, so it's that one and that one, but not the countersunk one. That's nice to give you a choice, isn't it? That's a spare Tusk one. Double-sided switch. God, this is all left-handed. Sorry, I don't mean to sound so surprised or confused. But it is all left-handed. Okay, so that's, I mean, in a way, that's all we need to do right now. So here is our checkout. Right, we also need a little bit of, put that over there, a little bit more tape. Okay, so what I don't know, I can't see at the moment, is where the actual original holes were. So this is practically touching out on the side, which isn't a problem, provided that none of the lugs touch anything. This is okay. I think it's fitted in okay. Okay, that's dropped back a bit. We could come forward a bit. Let's just put a little bit on here. It's not very clever. Just put that bit on there. So it depends where we want things. Okay, there's not a lot of forward room there. So is this neck got an overhang? Yes, it has an overhang. Okay, so we could leave a little gap there. So we go, if we put this up snug to the bridge, and that will be about where it lands. So what I'm going to do now, with that in position, I can draw around the whole of this scratch plate. It's a little bit sticking over there, so we've got a bit to remove there. Round there, round there, round there, round there, and then we go for marking the holes. That's not very good. They've got, tape foil on the other side, so we're not actually marking those at all. Oops, that's not there, that's part of the pickup. So we have to do this. That's not relevant. Right, so we'll just place these back where we were. There, there, there. There. And we mark those up. Come on, again. Okay. So that's the ideal position. And the question is where do the existing holes fall in relation to this? We didn't mark that one. Again, line them up carefully. So what we're looking for is to see where these holes actually line up. So I can see that that doesn't, that nearly does, that doesn't, that nearly does but doesn't. No, where's the, I don't know where that is. Nope. That does. Excuse me, that's the only one that does. That one just about does. That one doesn't. That one doesn't really. Nor does that one. That one does. That one technically doesn't. Okay, so really the danger of what you could do is you could say, okay, some of these fit and we'll go with those, and then we'll just drill the other ones. It's possible. So you could line up the ones you think are pretty dead cert fit. Well, not that many of them actually. No, that's about it. Is that one? No, that's a. Hang on, that is one. Is that one on here? Am I making things up? No, there is one here. So where is it? Is there such a one on the original? Oh God, it's there. Okay, so there's some quite big differences, but the question is are there enough dead on, and if the ones that are not on, can you actually re-drill, and if they're close enough like this one, it's a problem because the screw will try and go sideways and then it will buckle the plate. So the truth about this situation is it's just better that we fill them as much as possible. So what we can do is we can mark out new, because we're going to fill them, we're going to need to take this paper away, and then we kind of lose the marks we've made. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to position the first ones, the ones we know work. Actually, it's probably better to do a very slight drill than to press down, because that's likely to crack the lacquer, the finish. So if I know my start spot, I'll do a little drill like that for the ones I know, and I can use them as guide marks to begin with. And then I can drill further in those, and then what I can do is to position on a couple of these and then drill the rest out. Okay. Okay, so there's a few, not all of them. So that's a good marker. Show me where I'm going. So with these, let's say we take off most of this now. We've got to fill the others, so let's take all of this off for a minute. Before we do anything else, we'll fill up these other ones. See how how wide these existing holes are. problem with these is that if you don't drill them out, you don't get enough wood in them and they don't fill properly. So 3 mils. So we go 3. That one's okay. Don't need to fill that one, it's just not in the way of anything. We can do just for prettiness sake, eh? That's okay, that's okay. This one we want to fill. That one too. That one. That one's okay, that one's okay. We'll need drill bits in a second. Okay, so next we get ourselves a bit of glue, some bitter glue. And we fill all the relevant holes. That one. That one. That one. That one. That one. That one. Okay. Then we get little bits of this, and we fill it. Except that was splintering. So basically we're just filling all the bits that are likely to create any problems, so that when we drill, again, nothing kind of splits out sideways into the old hole. That's what we don't want, because it just becomes, actually the main problem is that it puts pressure on the scratch plate and you get buckling before you know what's happened. Okay, so we get all of these just tapped into place. One more really. The ones that sit right on top of each other are fine, we don't have to do anything with those. In there, that bit goes away, goes away, that goes away. Then we can snip these bits off and clean up around them, and we can level off with a sharp blade a little bit in a minute. Actually, it doesn't have to wait long, it can be done pretty quickly. The glue at this stage, actually all the way the glue is very easy to get off. It's incredibly forgiving, this tight bond on finishes anyway. So you can just wipe it clear. Tend to wipe inwards to the hidden part, and then we can clean up Obviously we can wash all of this down afterwards at a later date as we're coming to put it all together. So this is all your important holes filled in there, and then we get our new blade, and we come inwards away from the pickguard edge, and what we want to do is we just want to level out this little fill area here, and of course it's under the pickguard, so it doesn't have to be the world's most perfect thing, but you do want it level, you don't want it sticking up. We can't get sandpaper to it obviously, so we're not going to even begin that, so it's just a matter of bending a blade in on it and just getting it flat, and then once it's dried we can drill on top of it, bending the blade up so that we only contact as small a patch of finish as possible. Sometimes you have to go at it from a couple of different angles because otherwise I get a little lip sticking up and still causes the pickguard to sit up. So the fingers are a good guide at that point. They'll tell you where the sticking up bits are. And remember, it's not really about looks, this stuff that's under the scratch plate, it's just about making sure that it doesn't cause it to sit up. You just want it flush to the surface, and a blade is about the only means you're going to get that workably flush. So next thing we would do is you can leave it to dry. Actually you can drill in and do you can drill onto it now and it will work, but I'd probably be better off leaving it to dry completely. Now these are, I think they're about 3mm, but it's soft wood, so I would probably want them at a 2, or were at most a 2.5, but probably maybe a 2. Yeah, these are 3, so a 2mm pilot hole would be the best. So we know that's good, that's good. There's our new one. There's our new one. That's good, that's good. There's our new one. It's okay, that's okay. That's the same as before. Here's our new one. There's our new one. And there's our new one. So this should be a straightforward fit. Now, should be. So we put this on. That and that. Everything lines up beautifully, except there's one small detail, and that's this edge here, which we need to trim. Very small detail, but important to get the neck on properly. So what we can do, if you want to make sure it's in the right place, is to get your screwdriver. We'll put in one of these. Feels good. We're on the lowest torque. That's fine. We got everything's in place perfectly. Great, nothing else needs to move. So really all I'm concerned about right now is this edge here and where it sits in relation to the actual neck pocket, which is a bit off the mark. So so how much and what do we need to take off? Not a lot really. I need to get this bit of paper off so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. Right, so looking at the fit of this, it's okay on that top edge, but the issue is down here. So we've got to lose a little bit like that to make it fit. So that's a little modification to do. Great. Everything cool. Okay. So we need to do that. These over here safely. We take all of these off again. Just put this out of the way for a minute. I'm going to stop and clean up in a minute. I'll just take these off. And then next stage will be prepping the cavities and the back of the scratch plate. Now with this, the plate is such a close fit that I'm pretty confident the pickup should align properly. But we're going to need to make sure that that's right. We'll do that once we've got the thing loaded up with the new parts and hardware, and then and then we'll put some guide strings on and just check where it falls, because it's if the position of this pick guard is slightly different to the original, then you might find that the pickup holes end up in a not a very attractive place that you don't want, so you've got to be aware of that. Right, so modification. I'll do this with one of these. And Morris chooses the moment to pop in for a visit. Hello, boy. Hello. It's alright, you can walk on things just now. Only now. Okay, so what I'm going to do for this is I'm just going to turn this round a little bit. Morris won't like this, so he'll go for a run. Put this in here. Yes. Here. Thank you. That little adjustment done. Straighten that up so it doesn't go falling off the edge of the world. Right, okie dokie. Time is 3:15, 3:05. Right, it's time to stop Okay, we'll come back when we're cleaned up and we're ready to do the adjustments, the rewiring thing on here. Reshaped lovely. See you in a bit. Hello folks, we're here in the zone of wiring, soldering and stuff. So I'm just getting these things all ready. I'm just basically putting things together for a minute, and then we're going to get into soldering these grease bucket tone circuit things, followed by the treble blade on the volume thing pot. So, and then we've got a single pole double throw, but actually we've got a double pole double throw switch, but that's okay because we're only going to use half of it. Oh, God. Come on. I've lost the grip of my fingers. So we had a chat yesterday, Carlos and myself, about the finish on the maple neck, and it's a bit light, and he was wasn't sure if he wanted it that light, so we were kind of thinking about the options for it, but realistically the thought of am I just going to put this just almost on the verge of putting this too blasted close. Yeah, we talked about the finish, and so there was an option of perhaps spraying it with a slightly darker amber nitro tone, but actually it was really not necessary. You know, these are such budget guitars that I kind of don't really want to get down to that point. Okay, so this is just big enough. No, not quite big enough. Fraction over 6mm needed. In the background I've also done all the shielding, so that's drying with the little shielding kit. You can see that I've done the tin foil, no, the copper foil bit here, and that's, funnily enough, you're supposed to get it all off in one nice smooth glassy mirror-like sheet, you know, and somehow that all is supposed to roll on and you press it all down with no bubbles, but I have to tell you that was nigh on impossible. Now this one, because of the way this is, this hasn't got a centre position, this thing, so it's actually making it very difficult to get this nut onto this double pole double throw switch, so I'm going to have to use this thing here. Okay, so we're going to go, which way we're going to go, up and down maybe. What have we got room for? That's the most important bit. I think we're going to have to go front and back, and that's about where we've got space to do this wiring, so let's just get that clamped down. I have trouble now. Yeah, so that'll do nicely. While I'm at it, let's just get this slightly off to one side, and we'll just tie this down. Sorry about the camera angle a minute. And then this one should be alright where it is. Tighten that up. And the other one. So, lots of little bits to put on here, and historically they always like to have little insulators on the legs of these various transistors and capacitors. So we'll do that just for good looks sake. Not that actually they're in any much danger of banging into each other, although there's a slight risk on the treble bleed, I suppose you could say. So there's the treble bleed, we'll leave that to one side. And here we have the grease bucket socket. Now I've got lots of this really fine stuff, but it really comes down to, oh, I suppose we better put this in here while we're at it. My head can't think back to front, it's not that way around, is it? Yeah, so it's a rainy Sunday, not in Georgia, in Devon. had Karen come over today to collect her Gibson J50. It's been a curious one from the outset, this J50. Not 100% convinced it's even a genuine Gibson. There's just something about it that doesn't feel right now. That's not a very sensible thing to say, because I don't really know what too many real J50s feel like, especially not from different eras and so on. So, but it, I don't know, it just feels a bit cheaply finished to my liking. But maybe, you know, that's a mark of greatness. Who knows? Okay, so there are my functions, and we're doing all of this back to front. These are left-handed pots, and we have various bits and pieces here, here and here, and here, here and here. So what are we going to do with these little things? So, okay, so we're going to get, each of these tones has one input, has a 22 microfarad thingy. Now these, I've got to do these back to front, haven't I? Because this is the right-handed wiring. So we actually have to wire it back to front, front to back. So, whereas on this, that would be that. We're going to go to there. And on these, they're showing up as on that side. So it's going to be on this side. We're going to go with one of those, and we've got to stick an 4.7K resistor in line with this here. So I haven't done this before, so this is all going to be a new little experience for me. These have to be pretty much so we're going to go off the top there to the back. Isn't that right? Yep, we're going to get no room, a tiny little resistor on there, and resistor's going to be in series. Oh, my fab friends next door. Right, so if we go from there, we're going to go to there. We're going to go there, like that, then like that. No, sorry, it's me being silly. It's not going to go all the way to there. It's going to go to there for a minute. It's going to go onto there. It's going to go round and ground out here after the resistor. So let's get the thing running now. It's going to make a bit of a noise, because it always does. Various things. Sorry, it's probably the crappy camera view. I'm trying to just give you a straight on look. Wow, that's annoyingly noisy. Let's not worry about the radio, because it isn't playing. Okay, so unless I'm mistaken, these all have to be worked left to right, back to front. So we don't really have to do anything clever with this transistor. We just need to get it in line with this. Now, let's see. A little bit of this and a little bit of I suppose if there is a bit of leftover room, we want to cover it with whatever tubing will keep it from touching anything, but we don't need much at all, so it's going to be about to there. And a tiny bit of shielding. Oh, look at that, I've gone to crimp that. I think I've got away with it. No, well, you know what, that's going to break off, isn't it? No, it's okay. I thought I'd bust that. We can probably go a little shorter anyway. So we're going to want a little tiny little dot of solder on here. The landing place. Going to want a little tiny bit of solder on here. It would help if this thing actually gripped it, which it doesn't. There's a bit of solder on there. Now, before we do anything else, let's just pin that down there. Okay. I'll just put that on there. I thank you. Come on. Okay, so there's my opposite side thingy. And now we'll just redo this bit here. Okay, so we're going to need to do the same here. I think we're going to have to turn it round. We are proper short of room. I think that may be our only hope. What I don't know is whether that currently fits into the oh, I forgot to do my little cover up, but it's not in the way of anything, so it doesn't really need it. Yeah, so this will have to come off here and back on here. Double check. Yeah. 2 2s and there's 0.1s, which are these little 104s. I hope this is enough room, that's all I can say. lost my eyeballs, can't see that. Okay, now from there into the ground. I always find that when you're soldering with tape or foil, sorry, I should say, there's a lot of reflection. It can be quite difficult to see what you're doing. Doesn't want to collect too much solder on the end of there. Okay, so here we want to get this on there. Okay, so those are my 223 microfarads with their resistors going back to ground in a back to front way. And so we have, off the center of each of these tone controls, we have this little resistor here, not resistor, this little capacitor here. And I'm going to put it over, let's get a bit of solder on, I'm going to put it over the body of the capacitor out of the way, and safely out of range of anything it could interfere with. So I'm going to do it on one leg first, because the other leg has got to do the job of taking in the hot signal from the switch. Not the hot signal, the jumper from the switch. It's a bit sticky up in the air, but it'll have to do for a minute. Can't really do it very well sideways. Well, I can try. Right, so now we need a couple of outputs from the switch, which is going to be these two chappies here. Bending these back a little bit, just to make sure they're not sitting too tall. Okay, so we want a decent bit of cloth covered wire, and so we're going to go this one. Let me get my head around this. back to front. Really freaky. I'm doing it though. I'm thinking of it correctly, aren't I? So that one goes to middle pot, middle tone, Middleton. And this one goes to that one. That's the plan. That's how it's supposed to be, I think, anyway. No wonder I get cuts all over my fingers. Now the way this is grounded, these pots should all be happily grounded by this copper foil here in the scheme of things. I don't know, you've got to be pretty trusting to believe that. Right, shorter one in here. Let's get a bit of solder on both of these. One. Two breathes. Okay, so a short one or a long one goes over the top to here, and meanwhile other half of capacitor, or the leg of capacitor, goes through here. Looks good, looks good. Okay, go under there. Other half of capacitor leg goes through here. Now we're on a bit of a risk here. Just had a thought about this. If we leave those dangle over there, they're going to run the risk of grounding out on the pot. Somebody will have spotted that, won't they? So I'm going to go right the way up to here. Oh, glory be. Somewhere like this would be good. Now just hold on to that for a minute, thank you. And we'll do a similar thing with this fellow here. Just hold that there. Okay, that one is through there, that one is through there. Let's do this one. Excess snipped and excess snipped in there, but we could do with a little more solder there just to make sure. There we go. And that's that's nicely clear of any trouble. So that's on the outside, that's on the outside, it's the opposite side. It's hard to think back to front. Because of course the pots themselves aren't intrinsically left or right, and it's the bit that makes the difference is which lug you wire them to. That's where the left and right, but the logarithmic effect has to be left-handed. That's why you buy a left-handed pot. But you can buy a left-handed pot, and if you go ahead and wire it up as in the right-handed direction, you'll cancel out the value of the logarithmic effect, and it will work apparently backwards as far as a left-handed operator is concerned. It's not something I have a lot of experience in because I don't wire up too many left-handed things anyway. Okay. So there's my tone bits, as tidy as I can get. The hope will be that this little load here will neatly fit into the cavity without crashing into anything, but we shall see. I'm not going to push it in there just now because we've still got the conductive paint drying. Okay. So that's all the good stuff. Now with this one I'm going to do with the volume, I'm going to make sure that the grounding is back to front. Oh, God, I managed to push a wire through my own finger. Brilliant. I'll use a piece of wire since I've got so much spare, but you can probably double back the lug and do it that way if that's your thing. I quite like to use a piece of wire just to make sure. So yeah, back to front one. Okay. So we've got a little jumper thing here to connect up our ground wires inside the cavity, our common grounds, save clogging it up here, but let's have a look now. Oh yes, I've got to configure the back to front. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do the treble bleed now. So we're going to go get a nice piece of jack socket wiring, and we're going to run that off there to the jack. Now, isn't that long enough? I think we'll start with a brand new one so we can be sure we've got enough. We can always cut it short. Okay, so we're going to need it on here anyway, so we might as well put it on. We will have to carry it around dangling off, but that's the way it goes. Okay, we'll worry about the other end of it a bit later. Okay, so to begin with, we're going to go, the output is always the middle on this, so that's not a problem. So what we'll do is we'll come through there, we'll go off around this circuit here, but we'll keep it coming from this way. Even though it seems a bit odd, I quite like having the thing coming through the hot wire coming through from the back. No, we're not going to do that up for a split second. I need to redraw this just so my brain can see it. 10. So it's not that way around, it's this way around. We're going to go that one, that one, that one. That one's going to be grounded out, yes. That one's going to be middle out to jack, switch from switch, and then we have the resistor, and then in between that again we have the capacitor. So we've got sort of several lugs to all put in the same place at the same time. 3 things in one hole here, so I'll make sure we get that right. Okay, so 3 things in one place. So we want this, that's a bit chunky, so we've got to keep this short, and this capacitor, resistor has got to come outside of that, or it may actually come on the inside of that. It doesn't really matter, does it? Okay, let's just get my brain switched on. That, and that. That and that. They're going to be joined together, so I suppose I could make this a little easier on myself by utilising a bit of this. You probably don't need much actually, because I don't want it dangling out too far. Right. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I don't quite figure out how this works, but it's one electronic step too far. So there's a way of making things a little bit easier, and that can be brought right up to there. And then we can go in. We don't even need that much wiring, do we? No, we don't. Okay, let's cut these shorter, half them. Sorry for this fiddly little stuff. Cut these down first of all, because they're not going to be any longer than that, that's for sure. Okay. So according to this, those are joined together outside. Well, that's because they're not anticipating a copper coated thing. Okay, we might just curl it round, get it to there. So we don't need much more than this of that. Just look at that again. Okay, well we can do the output one, which is the jack from the middle. Like so. Then we'll need to wait and hook up the one from the switch in a second. Now that's a bit of a pain, because now I've got to somehow stretch this to reach. Yeah, possibly. Okay, we could probably make that work, but we've got to get the switch output, which will be that. Are we going to do a jumper across? Usually. Yes, we are, aren't we? We're going to connect the two halves. So the switch output's going to come from there, but we've got to do a jumper. Jumper. And then a switch to there. Well, no, let's just jump backwards to our other circuit diagram, which is the Dave Gilmour switching business. Okay. So on that one, the neck jumps across, and it's the only one that does, isn't it? Everything else is good. Across the volume, the first one volume, yeah. Okay, so we only have a small modification around the neck. Yeah, the neck goes all permanently across to the other side, sorry, to the switch with an on and off, so it can always be put on irrespective of the switch. That's the whole point. Like I say, we're only going to use half of this switch because it's a double-sided one. Okay, what am I doing? Get my head around this. What was this for? Oh yes, this was out to the switch, wasn't it? From, right. No, this was across here. This was my... I hope this bit works left-handed exactly the same way. I really struggle to get my head around this stuff. It's like the left and right confusion. Okay, so off this one, we're going to run that one, two of these in here. That's what we're going to do. If I can get my hands in there and feed it through without it getting stuck. Really hard to get both through at the same time. Thank you. That'll do. Now let's put some more solder on. Thank you. Snip the excess. Okay, so this one is the jumper across. So basically, as far as I understand it, this one here connects the two halves of the switch together, without which it would be just separate switching systems. But doing it this way means that this now becomes available to send signals out to the tones, which is what we're doing. Okay, so this one now goes in the back of here, hopefully. Right, and that means we've then got all of our three in one place. So we've got the incoming signal from the switch, which then goes out around this capacitor and transistor thingy. No, resistor, not transistor, sorry, resistor. Sorry, I'm not an electrician by any standards. Okay, so that's that, that's that. That switch is completely separate, but it goes in on one on the volume. Oh, hold on. Okay, we've got an extra little thing going on here. Wait a minute. This is a bit much, isn't it? On off. You don't need to use this. It's unnecessarily single pole double throw. Single throw. Double throw. Now it's a middle position. We don't want that fella. This one we want. That's what we want. This other thing is just a waste of. There's too many bits attached to it, frankly. It just makes the whole thing confusing. These are sourced from Bits Box, which are pretty good electrics parts company. I get my Nutrix jacks and things from, so it's all good stuff. It's pretty much the same sources as those that you've got there. New thing. I'll just get this to bite first of all. It's very hard to try and do this up around a 2-position switch. Sorry, you can't see anything right now, but this is not. Yeah, like I said, very difficult to actually get these done up when it's a 2-way switch. Oh, God almighty. No, help me. Can't actually turn the little nut around the switch because it's sticking out, pointing downwards, and your fingers won't allow it. The only thing you can hope to do is hold, which I can't really do very well with this, is hold onto the nut and spin the whole switch, but with a bit of magnetic stuff getting in the way, that's nigh on impossible as well. Some things are meant to be, aren't meant to be. Unnecessarily fiddly and annoying, I have to tell you. So with this switch, we're just going to feed in a line, an additional line wire from the point in the switch where the neck pickup goes in, and we're going to allow this switch to send that neck pickup signal straight through to the volume. Like I said, regardless of what the 5-way switch, lever switch, is doing. Okay, so that's a bit better. So that's now got to come out of the middle. Right, we need. This is all in white wiring, by the way, because it's some good, decent quality I've got left over. I'm going to use that rather than cheaper stuff. So a little wire out of the middle of here into there, and that should be cool. Very difficult to test this without wiring it all up and hooking up to an amp. I expect if you're very good with what's the word, multimeters. Then I expect people who are good with multimeters can work that kind of thing out. Okay, so I'm going to go middle out. Sorry, what am I doing? This is from switch. Right, this goes in the end. From switch to switch. Difficult to actually get your hands on this thing. Right, so that's got to be left loose because that's got to be joined in with the incoming pickup wire when we actually hook that up. So, meantime, we go to here and we put it into the micro toggle switch here. Stuff sticking to stuff everywhere. Right, that's good. And then we have another little line that comes out of the middle, which is the switch output, and that's going to go into let me just get my head around this. Right, volume, but it's going to go in this messy junction. Oh no, that's still open, hurrah. So we can fit another wire in there, which, well, along with the treble bleed, there's quite a lot going into a single lug. Okay, so this is output from the toggle switch. It'll come out of the middle, but the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to feed it into this cluster down here, and it's in. Right, so getting all of these to be connected up with solder is the challenge now. That pile there. Let's cross our fingers and hope for the best. Here we go. Load it up, load up, load up. There's a bit sticking right in my face from this angle. I can't actually see it. So I'm hoping that's all the way through. Okay. Difficult to see without a magnifying glass actually in this case. So I'm going to go around and try and trim off all the little leftover bits without snipping anything critical. That looks like it's working. Okay, so the next thing, while we're now there, we can also join in this earth wire from the jack plug earth. We want to now ground that to the top of this pot. We can use the same one that is being used to ground the pot on itself. Come on. Melt solder, melt solder, melt solder. It becomes quite difficult to get enough heat into the pot to do this. Right. Okay, so what's popped out of here? Oh yes, right. So we know that this is the output, and we know that this is shared output with pickup, neck pickup, which we haven't got in its harness yet. So neck, middle, bridge, blank, output, which goes to the volume, shared with the output from the switch, which is what I'm now going to wire up. And I'm going to go in from this side because it's probably going to make more of a blob, so I'd rather the blob was on the free side. So this switch is basically an on-off setup. God, this is a bit making a bit of a fight. This is actually, didn't realise this was braided wire. I thought it was just solid core, so it's a little bit resistant at the moment. So I'm going to try and just take this down here and keep as much of solder build up to this side as possible. Thank you. Yeah, so it's kind of on off, that's all it's doing. And which way is on and which way is off is kind of down to whichever side you put the thing on. And if it doesn't feel right, you can always go in there and switch it across. Okay, so now I've got my jack socket thing wired up. I think what I will do is I will put some jumpers across here, but they've got to be what's that word? Shielded, insulated, so that they don't. I mean, this is pretty much got to be connected out, but it always makes me nervous. So let's find a bit of wire. Well, there's a bit of wire. One. And we'll use that bit of white, just because this is cloth covered now, but it's slightly cheaper stuff, and it isn't so easy to use, and this thing frays like nobody's business, but we should be alright. I think it was a much better idea to put a smaller switch in there anyway, just for the sake of how much spare room there wasn't. Keep it to a minimum. Okay. Right, so what we haven't done with this guitar yet, see, that's solid core. How weird is that? Did I just pick up a totally different bit? Weird. Okay. What was I going to say? Yes, we haven't tried out the fit of the neck. That's important, but it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so I'm going to use another spot here. I don't want to loosen up what's already on there and send it flying. Just makes more hard work. So we'll make new blobs. There we go, and then we'll solder up these bitses and we'll be ready. That one's, I already did that one, didn't I? Tin, I should say, not solder. It's the right terms. Okay, so these are actually a bit too long, but hey. Lost track of my pliers. Okay, safely down on there. Rather than mess around cutting it shorter, I'll just double it around on there. Oh, actually, it makes sense at this point, is to connect those two up. And we also need to put one coming off here to coming off the common ground on the pot to use as the outgoing ground that goes to the shield. So we'll do that in a minute. Oops. we go. And then put that one onto there. Actually, let's do that now. So let's have a nice piece of, what have we got left? Well, we've got some kind of yellowish saffron coloured stuff, lots of it actually, but we'll use a bit of that, and that will be our, I'll cut it long for the time being, and we'll take that to our earth point, and I'll double this up with this. So we got that from there, yeah, it doesn't really matter which one it comes from actually, as long as it comes from an earthed or common ground. And we'll trim this off now, but we'll probably make it shorter a bit later. Okay, so let's wrap that around there. Let's combine those with some solder, and then we'll put it down on the pot. And then we will be in the market for installing the pickups, but then we will need to test this before we go anywhere else. Let's double check. Now we've got a couple of things. We've got inputs there, and there. That's loose because it has to be. That's all done up. That's done up. A little bit of spare. Get rid of that. That's done. That's tidy. That's done. That's kind of safely. It's touching there, but it's not connecting anything metalish. Those are done. Those are done. That's done. That's done. That's underneath there. That's done. That's done. That's done, that's done, that's done, that's going to ground, and that's going to jack socket. Fab. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to load up the pickups and do a bit of testing, and I'll do that off camera because it's just easier and less annoying. So what I'll do is I'll just use some crocodile clip wires, and I'll hook this up to the amplifier. You buy a standard jack plug, and I'll just use it to test that all the switching is working in the direction that I would expect. Because the pickups are all the same make, we won't have any issues with what's the word I'm looking for? Phase issues. So that means that we can test it without needing a guitar string making an actual tone. But when you're testing for phase issues, it can be really hard to detect them without an actual string creating a tone being amplified so you can hear it. Okay. Of course, what I'll also do in between is to check this fit in when the conductive paint has dried. So let me get the pickups in and wire them into place, and then I'll come back to you when I've tested. This is the really difficult part when you do any upgrades on a unit like this. And it's fitting the damn thing back in. So I'm noticing we're just about squeezed it in, but the biggest problem in this, he said with this, I'm listening to the radio in the ear, biggest problem is this baby here. So these want to kind of press against the basically the bottom of this trench. So we either want to press these down as far as we can, if we can get them down. And I don't really think there's a limit to how far we can go without breaking them off. They're pretty much flattened out already, but we want to flatten them down as much as we can, so they miss out touching the bottom of the and then I've put some insulating tape in here, or some tape in here to insulate against touching again on the shield, the cavity ground shielding. So that's the problem. Now another challenge here is the shape of this here, so I'm going to have to just do a little adjustment here to make this fit. So the problem you've got is when you come to fit this in, you're dealing with fragile wires, and every time you move anything it becomes more fragile rather than less. So each time I'm moving these wires backwards and forwards, it's not doing them any good, and I'm wishing I didn't have to, but unfortunately I do. So I'm just squaring this off. So we go backwards now, and I've got three different wires to get through. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make my life a little bit easier by cutting this off shorter anyway, because it doesn't need all this, and it certainly doesn't need a pile of frazzled ends sticking out. Now we're going to get this. I've got a ground wire here which I want to fit in with a screw it into place, and this gives us our ground, a shield ground. You can't really see that now, but I'm just going to hand tighten that for a minute, and then we're going to push the claw ground through the body as well. So at that point you've got three wires sticking around in different places, and you've got to get all of those through their various holes, all of which without breaking the wires, which are pretty flimsy anyway, and all without scratching your scratching your nose? No, scratching your finish. So let's try and get hold of this ground wire here. Come on, pull that through, because you want the least amount kicking about in here as possible. Double that down, pull that through. Now we're fitting wires, excess wires, under here. We want them to drop into the cavity. So now this feels quite snug, and it's not a perfect fit. Now that is, but it's just barely fitting. Now if this is touching out on anything right now, then we don't really stand much chance of it playing, and that's the annoying part. It's like somebody ought to make this very clear that a conductive, no, what do you call it? A Faraday shield, where you ground out the cavity to reduce noise, is a great idea, providing your cavity begins life by being large enough to comfortably contain the components without any of those said components touching out on the screen, because the screen is perfectly, it's electrically negative or grounded. So if you let's say you're putting something together like this, where these components don't really want to fit in here, they're just slightly too big for this cavity. What you're going to get, or you risk getting, is parts of the lugs, or particularly on the switch, tend to touch out on the shield. And it's not just the switch parts, actually. What you can find is that the lugs of the pots can do the same thing, and the only solution around that is to literally to widen the entire route, which, as you can tell, is a big deal. So what we've got here is we've got a setup which isn't perfect, but it's, given this is a budget guitar, and to reroute everything, especially working with such relatively thin clearances down the bottom here, would be a precise operation. We'd have to be extremely careful. So I think we have to accept that the choice of having full-size pots results in a bit of a struggle in some places. Now, I think we have to live with that, so long as nothing touches out electrically, I should say. So everything's on, and there's just a little bit of lifting there. That's all there is. I mean, it's a tiny bit, but I think given what we've achieved with all the extra components, I think that's as good as we're going to get. Now, there was a little piece of neoprene here that was given as a sort of insulating device to stop this any jack plug having any risk of touching out as it goes through the jack plate. It's a bit hopeful. It's a very small piece of neoprene, and the idea is you somehow fit it right down there where you can't even see it, and you hope that that's going to be where it touches down. If it does, if it grounds out, shorts out, then we just have to go in and put some more of this tape in there. It's not electrical tape, it's just Gorilla tape. Okay, so what we've got is let's do this these couple of bits here. So we're done on the electric side. What I'll do is, once I've hooked these up, we'll also do another check. So this is fairly flimsy wire. Let's just load it up with some solder. I'm listening to the radio because it's all coronavirus updatey type stuff, so I'm kind of keeping a close eye on that. So I'm just loading this up, and the idea being we'll get it onto the claw ground. Where's that gone? So this is not moving, so we don't have to worry so much of traditional worries about the wire getting in the way of the springs, because it's a hard tail and nothing's moving. Okay, there we are. Now we'll leave it as is for a minute, and then we'll just concentrate on this jack socket. And we'll see how much we want. Not a ton. So we're going to replace the supplied jack with a better quality switchcraft, I presume it is. I'll stick this. I'll stick it off in the spares department. It might come in handy one day. It's a cheap-ish version. Right, so often the better quality, little things like this, the better quality jack sockets won't fit through there. So we have to basically widen this. And it's a bit crude, but I'm going to do it with this reaming thing, because it's the fastest way we're going to do it. Otherwise we could be trying to drill it, which is not very successful. So it's better that it's a little bit crudely done and that it goes and fits than not at all. It's funny how many of these little components that you get from China are fractionally smaller than the better quality branded parts, like your all parts or your switchcraft or whatever it is. So often, if you're going to use these things, and to be fair, there's no reason why not. There's nothing wrong with that piece of chromed what's it. But if you're going to do it, you have to modify them somewhat. So I'll have that there with a bit of it's a grip washer really, but I'm putting it there more as a sort of spring effect if we can. Now this bit always does my head in. I'm trying to figure out, there's one way you can't use this and there's one way that you can, and I always figure it out wrong. So here's a tricky bit anyway, getting this tightened up. So the bit you have to think about is the shape of the hole. And if you go down there, that's going to push out and downwards. If you go that way, it's going to push out and upwards. And actually, the strip, if you go that way, the strip we need is going to be there. I think I keep getting fooled by putting it towards the back and then it gets jammed in and it doesn't work. So I'm going to put it down and try and remember what the hell it is I've done this time. If you don't know, test it first. That's my advice. Even if you should remember, there's no point beating yourself up about it. Stick it in there like that, in its sort of position. Right, place it there and then give it a jack socket. And see what it'll do, because there's nothing worse than trying it and then going, oh, it doesn't work. Now the question is, that's going to go down and touch that piece of neoprene, so that's in the right place. Good. I was thinking while I was talking to Carlos on social medias, I was thinking about, it's quite difficult to do this wiring. I had to, none of it conforms with right-handed wiring, and it's not something that a lot of people talk about very clearly online. If you don't do it very often, there's no reason why you should understand it or feel confident and know what's going on. So, and consequently I don't, because I don't rewire left-hand guitars very often, or even upgrade them very often. But if you go out looking for how you're supposed to, what is a left-handed pot, you'll find confusing answers. And if you then try and find out how you wire a guitar left-handed, you'll get very few coherent answers as well. So it's on one level, it's a very confusing thing. And this diagram here was for right-handed basically, and it's actually quite tricky to rearrange that for left hand, because you have to. Some people think that when you buy a left-handed pot, that will just work in an opposite way round, which it doesn't. So a left-handed pot, it's left-handed by virtue of the way that the progress of the way the resistor thing works. The bit, I don't know what you call it, the potentiometer bit. That's what it is. That works. That's why you buy a left-handed pot, so you get one that's geared for working left-handed. Otherwise, you lose the sweep. You just end up with a sudden drop-off of volume or tone. So you have to get these left-handed audio stroke log pots, not linear pots. But then to make them work the opposite way round, that rather than that, you have to change the lugs over. And again, it's not really something that anyone tells you much about, helpfully. Okay, so on this is a fantastic, I've spoken about this before, but this is one area you can so easily get it wrong. There's only 50-50 chance of getting this right, and the number of times I've done it wrong because I have that particularly weird left and right-handed blindness at times. I've done it wrong, and then you tuck it away in the tunnel or under here in the cavity, and you don't look at it again, and then you try everything out, something doesn't work, and then you go crazy trying to figure out what it was that doesn't work. And it's just it's an occasionally in a flash of desperate genius, I suppose you could call it, when I've been sort of re-soldering and unsoldering and trying things different ways, and then I thought, jack socket, and you go backwards and you try that out, and you go, oh you idiot, and realise it was that all along. Now in an ideal world, what I like to do is I'd probably like to put a covering, overall covering on these two wires as they converge on this, but the problem is we don't have any wide shrink wrap. So this is the important bit. You've got to get your thing in the exact right thing. So this is the hot wire. We are going to do it on the hot lug, okay? And it's almost worth talking to yourself about. Is this the hot lug? Hot lug, baby, tonight. And if you're sure it is, right, double check it. Yes, it's the hot lug. Then notice I've pulled the little sleeve back on this as far as I can go to get it out of the way. I'm going to load this, and we've got that done. And then, with a bit of luck, if we just let it cool for a second, we should be able to just bring this down and put that over there, and we can put a bit of a heat shrink on there. And we're going to do the same with this one. The only downside of this is we don't have anywhere to hide the excess of this, so this is by definition needs to be a little bit shorter. What you don't want is to have this bit melting while you're doing the basic soldering, so we do want it to go through and up like that, but we don't want it to, no, we don't want it to pull out like that. So this is always the fiddly bit. We want that through there. We want it to possibly bend round and hold on. We'll do it like that, and it comes off. We want to hook it on, baby. Come on. Keep it under tension. Maybe that will work. No, because it's not really tensioned. These little arm things drive me crazy. Right, so the idea is we want to get this soldered, but try to avoid melting the heat shrink, because if we melt the heat shrink, the downside is that it will shrink already, and we won't get it over the join. So that's probably survived. Make sure that the solder is gone on the right side, gone correctly to both sides, and then we should be able to put that through. Now the annoying bit is really we wanted that. In fact, it's better. Let's just be realistic. It's better that we leave the heat shrink on this bit up here, because this bit is the bit where it's possible that you might get a short touch out with the hot tip and the earth. So I'm going to leave it at this end of the game, and we'll try and put it on here. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm going to let it drop down like that. I gave myself a nice burn with that the other day. I realised that's what it was. Okay, so now we've got that in there. It's still nice and warm, and we've probably given it a little bit of a chance of not grounding out if the tip is. Oh look, we've got a bit of overlap. Now, I didn't realise we had that much overlap. Oh. Okay, let's do a little cut around here. Now what I'm doing is I'm going to where it's actually lining up, and I'm pulling back a fair bit because we don't need all of this showing, and I'm going to cut around here. Now I am cutting on the finish, but I'm cutting inside the shape, or inside the remit of the plate, because that's the only way I'm going to get this off. If I'm lucky at all. Again, it's one of these little details that they don't really tell you how to do when you come to follow their instructions. How do you make sure that you know, without drawing a little marker line, you make sure that you're tape doesn't extend beyond the edge of the perimeter of your plate. It's quite difficult because plates are all often different, slightly different shapes as well. Right, now this one is designed to go through the copper tape. Nice. Okay. So this is the bit that you have to do. Again, I'll get a little bit of polish on there to get that little bit of glue out of that corner there. But this is the bit you have to do now, no matter how much you do or don't want to do it. And it can be hugely depressing at this point because we plug this in and nothing's working. What we find is that it's probably because in this squeeze something's grounded out here, and we may not be able to get away with the plan. Okay, that had me worried for a minute. That came on, but that's because the neck pickup was switched on at the same time. Good, we are good, ladies and gentlemen. Not been an easy job. I'm not kidding you, that has not been easy. Downside, a little bit stuffed here, but we have no choice short of taking it all apart and routing out, cutting different shapes, so I don't think we're going to go there. Switch works, everything works. We can now put our... We had several different thingies, right? Okay, so yeah, we've got a sunken. We have a sunken B string on these pickups, so that's good. Let's think, where are we going to go? We're going to go. That's fully open, right? So we'll go tone on 10, if we can do it. Tone on 10. Tone on 10. Tone on 10. So this is wired to the bridge, has tone control as well. And we have volume on 10. Lovely jubbly. And there we are. Phew. Okay, so I'm going to switch off my electronics, my solderings, put away my electrical bits for now, and the next stage is going to be to get reconnect the neck. Now this one, it came with a shim, and I'm kind of not sure really. The shim is usually, well, not usually, the shim is particular to a set guitar, and it'll be to raise that neck to work with that exact pocket. Now in this case we're switching one neck to the other, so we don't really know if that same requirement is going to persist. So I think we probably ought to start. Well, we can either assume, we have to assume if there's any problem, we have to assume that it could be either the heel, the neck heel is, on the original one was thinner or slightly undersized, so they put the shim in, or it could be the pocket was, so we don't know which. So if we start assuming it was the pocket, and now we're dealing with a different pocket, let's begin with that thought, but we could be wrong, in which case we may have to go back and put a shim in of some kind, but we don't know. So after a load of handling, this has got kind of fingerprints all over it, so it's not clean, and we're short of a pickguard screw at this moment in time. I'll pick a spare one out of the box. Sometimes when you get through and you find you're missing a pickguard screw, you can be disappointed to find you don't realise where it's gone, and then 6 months later when you're messing around inside the box you find it's stuck to the underside of the pickup. It's quite can be quite a common explanation of where little screw type components disappear to. Okay, so look, we've done everything. We've switched, well, changed everything in electronics wise. We've got the pickups. There was the damaged bridge one, but it's working. There's no long-term damage, so that's not a big problem. And we've now got the neck. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this under here while I take care of or check out the fit of this thing, the nut. Now this is a Graphtec nut and it's very nice and all of that, and it's a left-hander. No, it's not. It's a, am I mad? No, it's a left-hander. So this is, first of all, it's a curved one, so it's designed for a curved slot, which this isn't, but it has a little footing under there, which means you can use it in a flat slot. Now the first issue about this is the slot is narrower than this nut, so the first thing we're going to have to do is to sand this down to get it to fit. And this is a very delicate and a sort of depressingly destructive part of the process. What I mean by that is the minute you start working on something like this, so we've got a 10-pound nut here, right, and we've got to reduce it, and we've got to reduce it in a controllable way so that we can fit it into this gap. Now, as you can probably guess, there is no massively scientific way of reducing it, okay, and we're just going by, does it feel like it will fit in? We're never going to get it as perfect as the wonderful fit that Thomann originally had on this plastic nut that went in here. That was surprisingly good. So I'm just trying to clear off any burrs and bits that were on the faces of this first, just to see where we get to, and then if we do get it so that it'll just fit all the way in beautifully, we'll be good. Now it's still a little fat. One of the troubles you may have when you're doing this is as you're fitting these things in, if they're in tight and you pull them out, any loose bits of timber here, not so much on maple but often on a rosewood, it can sometimes chip out at that point, and you're suddenly left with some repair to do, and you haven't even got the nut in place. Now the other thing about this is it's very, very difficult to sand a tiny object like this flat so that you haven't got a thinner part in one place and a fatter part in the other, and you have to be kind of on the lookout for that. See, like it's stiff already. So for example, because of the way it sits, and when you put your hands on it, it tends to want to thin back at the base, but we've got to try and keep it thinning down all the way across. So I tend to try and counter that by turning it around a couple of times along the way, and probably better, more repetition than pressure, and then check that you haven't gone astray. That one's, because then the problem is it'll fit in at the base and then it will wedge as you get further down. That is almost perfect. I'm going to stop right there. I don't want to risk any more problems. And you see it's so snug that it's sat right in there. Okay, so I'm going to go with that. The string loading, I believe, will press this down. Now the next question you've got is, where do things fall? And this nut is a fraction wider all round than the Harley Benton neck, and the question we've got is, how much room do we need? Now I'm going to sit it right there, and the reason for my decision is I want a little bit extra room on the thin side, but it means that on both sides we're going to need to just gently Dremel off, and that's a very delicate thing as well. Now this is amazing because, a bit like the original, we probably don't have to glue that, which is a nice, rare but nice touch. So I'm going to work with that, and I'm seeing it seated pretty well on both sides, so I don't think we'll have any problems. The only question of this, of course, is that in and of itself high enough seated to work because if it's not tall enough for this slot, we have no, you notice I didn't take anything off the bottom of this. We're going to have to boost it with a foot, which means some super glue and some black material. So let's get the neck and the body together, and we'll stand a chance of knowing whether the alignment or the fit is actually going to work. So this is, you know, I don't know how many hours have we done already. Now we're kind of at the place where I would be with a regular setup. Here's the first mating of the two bits together. Everything feels good. Now we've got a replacement. I'm going to put on this replacement neck plate just on the basis that it's an aftermarket thing. So I'm assuming that it might be a little bit more substantial and it's newer looking. What the heck? So we'll go with that. We will not go with that just yet. We will check it against the original, because if they're different, then there's no point having a new one if it's going to cause a repositioning of the screws. There's a very fractional difference there, minor, nothing worth worrying about, tiny amount. So this is the next tester. Do the holes in this heel match up with those in that pocket, or the other way around? Do the holes in the black body pocket match perfectly with the holes in the maple heel from a different guitar? And that's where we just are hoping. Now the other thing, by the way, I don't know about, and I'm assuming they're the same, but we may not be, but I think it will be, is the actual height, thickness of the heel at this point, and whether that changes the entire playing action. Okay, so far I don't think it's a problem. There shouldn't be that much difference. Feeling all right. So I'm going into 4 on my screwdriver torque gauge. It's not, I would say it's a 99% match. It's not 100%, but it's good enough. Okay, so we've now got that. So what we now can find out is whether there is any match in the alignment. Now that's my first concern. Okay, so I'm going to reach for some sacrificial strings. Really to the mind what kind they are. Some spares here, friends. I was going to say, give me something that's already unwrapped. This is good. So at this point in time, all I'm interested in is lining up a couple of strings that I can just throw away. I don't even want to get the ones I plan as my sacrificial ones out yet, because that would take a load of unravelling and stuff, and it would just be an absolute pain. So I'm just going to get a new sacrificial string, and we're going to get it into this. Oh, it's a locking tuner, isn't it? Oh, I can't see where the thing is. Thing with locking tuners, if you want to give yourself the option or a possibility of taking the strings off, let's say not so much with a Strat bridge, but sometimes you might need to undo the strings, put them back on. Never go through all the way to the end. I know you might feel like it defeats the object, right? And the whole point, isn't it, that you should be able to just push it through and then lock it down and have basically zero string to wind on. But what you'll find is if you do that, that's interesting. That is quite interesting. Not a perfect match, these two necks. So what you find is if you go all the way through, lock it off, then the next time you take it off, where you locked it will have crimped the string and it will break. So go through to the end, full extent, pull back that much, lock it off, wind it, and okay, you'll have some wind on around the post and you might not be happy with that, but on one thing on the positive side is it will give you the opportunity later to undo it, and the next time pull it through past the crimped bit, and you'll have that little spare room to do it. So you'll get at least one restring if you need to out of it. Okay, so I'm going to put on a higher string. It probably won't be an E because I think I've already stolen the E string. Oh no, there's a spare one. So what we're going to do is just put these under some load. It's not going to be the full load, and we're just looking at the alignment. So far this looks pretty good. Nothing too worrying. The height of the neck is a bit, there's quite a big gap here. I think we can lower the bridge saddles a bit, but I think this neck probably needs a shim to work to do what we want. So there may be a difference. I didn't measure them with a gauge, but I think there may be a difference in thickness of the heel on both these necks, between these two necks I should say. Okay, so taking a minute to wind on because I'm doing it by hand and not by the blue thing. Okay, so my concern is where's the positioning of the strings over the frets as they come away from the nut, and that's pretty good. We could actually push a little bit this way if we had to, but I'm comfortable with that. And in fact I wouldn't want to, because what we've got is a little bit of, well, we could do this on the neck. There's a tiny bit of bias towards the base side here, and I'd like to rearrange that with a tiny adjustment on the neck and then tighten it back up, but that's playable as is at the moment, but I'd like it about 1/2 mm more like that when the time's right. And that's with the everything. Actually, it's pretty close. I'm being perfectionist. So with a bit of tightening up now, we should put it under load and see where we end up. Obviously it's not going to bend the neck the way it will when playing, but what we can start to see now, actually that's okay. That's right down, that's nearly, well, fairly way down. So what we want to be able to do to make sure this is playable or doable with what we've got is we want to take the action of these two strings, and really, if possible, we want to just get them to hit the deck. We want the strings to touch out as we're near the deck on the saddles themselves, so that we know that we can get our desired playing action out of the whole deal by going upwards. And if we can get that with no gaps, I say we're there without needing to shim the neck, which is fine. Okay, what we will need to do, of course, is to bring up the, depending on playing style and preference, but we could do with bringing up the pickups, because they're quite a way away at this point in time. Now in terms of alignment, the top E is pretty good. The low E on the neck pickup is just slightly inside. That's because if I'm not mistaken, the pickups are all equally spaced, which is a sort of a natural outcome you're going to get, because you can't have 3 pickups of the same spacing and have them sit equidistant on under a set of strings that are by definition converging. Anyway, so there will be, you're likely to have this slight move, this, you know, respreading, but it's pretty good. I wouldn't worry about that from a playing perspective. Okay, so there we have it, the first look of the beast. Yeah, it's not bad looking. Okay, so with that alignment issue, I still think I would want a tiny change here, so I'm going to just do that while we've got these 2 test strings on, and we'll just be able to see what am I going to do for the adjustment. I'm going to push with this down. I'm going to push downwards. So you always have to figure out downwards or awaywards. I'm pushing away. Okay, so this is as complicated as it is. Here's my guide, and somebody saw me do this once on the guitar and got really upset about it, and as if there was any other way of doing it. It was quite funny to see, but anyway. So undo, actually let's yeah, let undo 3 of the 4. And then you've got the 4th one done up, and then what you can do at that point is you can examine the sort of alignment as it stands right now. And I'm going to want to do up, I'm going to put a little bit of pressure whilst leaning on the board, and I'm going to put in the opposite diagonal of the one that was already still mostly in, and then I'm going to lock the 2 of them off. And I'm now going to look back, and if anything, I am still a tiny fraction biased towards the base. So what I'm going to do again, this time I'm going to get a little bit of foam for the end of the headstock, because I'm going to put a little bit more pressure on, and as I put that pressure on, I'm going to do up one of the other ones, let the foam drop down. That's about right. So I've now got it where I want, just with that extra bit of pressure, and now I'm going to put the final one in. Those are all on the same 4 loading on my very unscientific screwdriver, but it's a fairly consistent thing that I've used. You know, I know where it feels. Now I'm going to put a 1/16 of a turn on each of these beyond that hand done, beyond that torque of 4 on my screwdriver, and that is all done, and the alignment is pretty much spot on. It's very loose at the moment, so let's tighten that up. Okay. Yeah, do you know, it's still probably half a mil. Let's do it one more time. Half a mil. We might have to now put a bit more pressure on to keep this where we want it. Let's go to 5 to undo it. Okay, we'll leave that one loose-ish, the 3 out. Okay, so again we're loose again now. We're going to pull towards me. It depends which way what device you use to bend it, but you have to bend it somehow. So it's a fairly I don't know what the word would be, imprecise science. So you can either get an angle that works for you, and then give it a push. Now I'm going to first of all do up this bottom corner, then the opposite side, and then I'm just going to have a look. Now that is now currently exactly where I want it, but instead of just doing it up, because I think that might just end up pushing out the neck a tiny bit more as I do it up, I'm just going to put this a little bit under pressure again as I do it up, like that. Okay, that's better. Okay, perfectionism and all that. So anyone who finds that offensive to see a neck being pushed in order to get it to the right position, that's exactly how you have to align a neck. You could, if it was big enough an issue, you could put a shim in there on the side, and I did that on a guitar the other day, but in this case it's not required. Okay, I think that will do. Okay, so that nut is staying where it is, not going anywhere. So now we're in a position to restring with a set of sacrificial strings. Now I have a set put aside which I could arguably use for this, the ones that came off the original guitar, but actually the truth is they already have curls at the end of them, and while I've got 2 working strings on here out of a pack, why don't I just carry on using the remains of this pack since I've opened them up, and that way it just makes it a ton easier. So what I'm going to do is get this string winder up. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get these strings on and then we'll stop for a bit. But the idea, remember, is to go through the locking unit, In this case it's not so important because we're not likely to be wanting to take them on and off, because I think we yeah, I'm in the right place, aren't I? Yes. Yeah, so we don't really need to go through it, but I will do it just out of force of habit, so I do have that scope to take it off if I want to. And I'm going to do these on. It's odd doing things left-handed, as you know, if you're a right-hander. Now, the thing about nuts, tusk nuts in particular, is personally my aim with a tusk nut is to be able to use it without having to file the slots. Now I will, if necessary, I will file the slots so that we get to the kind of action that we need at the first fret, and that's the important consideration. What that first fret action ends up being, it's more important than what the nut looks like. The challenge of the reason why it would be ideal to be able to raise the nut up to the correct height rather than file down is because the factory cut slots are eminently better than anything I can do with a ragged file, no matter what the quality of the file is, actually, because the factory made stuff is obviously made with a different process altogether, and it's very smooth. So my kind of priority with the tusk nut is, wherever possible, try to avoid cutting down to the correct action. However, it's not really possible because we have a set slot depth on Harley Benton which doesn't equate exactly to whatever the tusk manufactures, so we're not starting with things that are microscopically perfectly aligned anyway, so we don't really have an option. So we've got to work with what we've got, and short of putting this on some grub screws and making it adjustable, which sometimes I do, but not with this nut really, I don't think. Short of doing that, then we have to work downwards, and so the next stage will be working downwards if we can. Now, I'm not 100% convinced this is... oh, there is a little bit of room. It could be that we were faced with a fait accompli, in a way, that we put this on and discover that it's already below the correct height for the first fret action, just by virtue that there's a given size to the nut, courtesy of Graphtec, and there's a given depth to the slot, courtesy of Harley Benton. If that's the case, then you have to rethink. You either have to put a shim of some kind in there. You can build the shim into the nut, you can glue the two together, resin the two together, and just kind of build them up together. Or you can put them on grub screws and raise them as an adjustable affair, all of which requires different approaches to what you do with the floor of the slot, and so on and so forth, and it becomes quite an involved thing. So just buying a nice quality nut for a guitar like this isn't a kind of cut and dried drop-in solution. So the reality is, judging by what I've seen so far, is that I think we'll be looking at having to use the what do you call them, files, to lower the slot a tiny fraction, and that's going to be just a fraction less than what my optimum is, because I would prefer not to mess with the slots, but we have no choice. It's more important that we get to the correct first fret action than we don't. We'll see in a minute how far off it is, but so getting to the correct first fret action is pretty important. So we will cut down if necessary, and then what you get from that is slightly more ragged slots, but they work fine and they stay in tune brilliantly. But as a target, I always like to begin by trying to get the optimum, which is not to mess with the slots. Okay, get rid of this for a minute. Okie dokie. Right, what I'll do, actually, I want to take a couple of pictures from here just so I can share them with Carlos. Give him a sort of sense of how it looks at this point in time. It just told me I could press the button on the headset to take a photograph. I didn't know I could do that with those Bluetoothy things, but hey, you know, this is looking pretty good. There we go. Okay, so let me see what we've got in terms of height. So we're on the ground down there and we're not far off. So I'm going to lower all of these to approximating the radius of the neck. What I can see straight away, and Carlos, you may want to address this. We've got quite a lot of grub screw sticking out of the saddles down here, so you might want to look at buying a set of short ones for this, otherwise they're going to stick into your palm of your hand all your life and it will be annoying. But you know, it's not that impossible to get a decent set of short ones. Okay, so on first time I'm going to get an E. Quite like these tuners. I can make sure I'm going in the right direction. Okay, that's pretty low. We may, actually, you know what? Oh no, look, of all of them, the B is too high. Actually, they're too high on this side. We've got to adjust them, but it's fine. We've got room. It is much better that they're higher than they're lower, because that means shimming. But first sort of consideration now is, with this neck and this body, roughly what are the frets like? Because we still don't really know. So let's have a feel. Pretty good. So there's a little bit of, tiny bit of, but actually it's remarkably good, but I was guessing the string height really. So let's just have a quick look and see where we're at. Actually that is not at all bad. That's, well, that's 1.5, so if we drop that a little lower. Now I know that a complete turn on there tends to be about 0.5 millimetre. So this should get us in just over 1, and that's where it is. And so we want to go sort of similar. Yeah, it's too high. So we've got a lot of grub screw sticky uppiness. It's not very accurate on this, but I'll get my other one from the house. I better do that. This is a bit crap. I mean, you know, in a way you can do it by eye a lot. So I'll get it prepped by eye, and then I will go and get the one from in the house. It shouldn't be in the house, but it is. And then we'll set it precisely. But I think at the moment it's looking pretty good. Let's just get this lot in tune and we'll try a couple of bends. Creaks here and there. Okay, nice and low. Now we're going to see what we get with some bends. Can't get to it. Pretty good. I think we may be, I'm not sure about down on this end, but we may get away with either no fret leveling or the lightest of all, but I think it would be pretty playable out of the box, this one. So that's something that is different from a couple of years ago. Those Harley Benton's Strat styles from back then were definitely not, in my opinion, or for my preference, they weren't playable out of the box. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's have a quick check on the switching and sounds. And we've got caught up in a spider's web of old strings. Thank you. The one thing I forgot to do. I dreamt about it last night. I woke up thinking about it. I did it on the... I've rewired this because I did it the other way around. It was back to front. And guess what? I forgot to put the crossover for the tone. Booger! Oh well. That's fine. Once I've done the fret leveling, we'll take that off one more time, and we'll do the. We'll just put a little jumper. I've got to put a jumper across 2 pins. I forgot to do it because I'd undone it all and taken it all apart, and I dreamt about it. My brain told me to do it, and I came out here and I got stuck in, and I didn't do it. Oh well, that's cool. Right, I'm going to stop for now. I'm going to get my correct measurement tool, measure it. And then I think there's a small amount of adjustment up this end, but it won't be much. And we'll do it with a little V slot so that we're not having any binding problems at all. See you in a minute. Okay, so we're at the stage now where I've got the actions down to where I want them over here. And the next thing I'm going to do is take care of the nut slots. And then after that, we'll just double check the frets again. So for the nut slots down here, we're going to need our friend, the feeler gauge. I'm going to have a look and see what we've actually got. Okay, not bad, not far off, close. So I'm going to get my files I'm going to use for this. I'm going to do them 3 at a time, so we'll do the base ones first. And we're looking for 0.3 of a millimetre, and to get that we're going to need to use these files, cutting downwards and backwards into the tusk. That's, by the time you actually get down to that sort of height, you've got very little material left in the nut, vertically I mean. Close. Close enough. Stop there. It's actually close as well, so I won't worry about that one. And that's close too. So not a lot of adjustment to make, just a little bit on these higher ones. Difficult thing is to get this right without overcutting, and if you overcut, of course it's an expensive mistake with a tusk nut, because you have to start again really. So I'm going a very small amount at a time. When we get close, we stop. Close again. So it's not a massive amount of adjustment, but the tiniest adjustments at this end make an enormous improvement on the action. That's pretty close too. I think I will leave those there where they are now. So a small amount of adjustment there, which was good. Don't really need to do anything else to that. I wouldn't want to take the nut down any further. It looks pretty clean and tidy as is. The only thing I want to do is take a little bit off either end. The problem with that is we can't use a file, because that will almost certainly damage the end. So we have to use, counterintuitively, the Dremel. Now, point being here is we've now got a little bit of zzz. So a little bit up here. I think we're going to need to do our tiny bit of light, not tiny, but our light fret leveling. So what I'm going to do with this, I'm going to take this off. Actually, you know what? I'm going to slack off these altogether, because this being a very light coloured fingerboard, now, and this is actually a really good reason why having the extra coils on here is handy for me, because what I want to do is take off the slack off the string, and I want to put some masking tape on here before I do anything, because this is so new and so light. I don't want any pen getting on it, but more importantly, I don't want the dust from leveling to get on it, because that will darken it, or it will make a mess, and I'll have to clean it, struggle to clean it off. So to avoid that in the first place, let's don't go there. So we can really, I should have those off completely, said the bishop to the actress. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. Let's just wind them off first of all. Now this does make it convenient that I put the extra loop on, because we can really benefit from that when I put them through again. Possibly you can cut them a bit shorter, put them through again and wire it up for the fret leveling part of it. The reason I'm going to do this is, and this would be something that players or customers of Harley Bentons around the world might look at this and go, that's ridiculous, that thing was playing out the box, why would you need to go to the lengths of fret leveling it? And the reason for that is because Carlos has sent it here with his upgrades and all the other stuff that I've done, and for the sake of saving, I don't know, 25 quid, to leave some of those bends as they were, just slightly choked, is not a good look when he's gone to all the expense. So why compromise? Now, while I'm going to go off camera in a minute while I do this part of it, because I've got to cut paper. But what I'll do while I'm off camera is I'll just do the zzz thing, Dremel, and we'll just Dremel drum sand the little overhang off here, and it's very, very small, so I'll use a little bit of green tape to just try and protect, but it's going to be very, very delicate job, and like I say, I found that easier to do it that way than, believe it or not, to use a file, because the file almost always hits something else, whereas the sanding drum, you can move into it until it only barely touches, in a way that you can't with a manual file, which is amazing, really. So I am going to go off and do all this thing, and I'll see you back with the strings back on, frets marked, ready to level. Okay, so ready to go with the fret leveling process, and starting over on the bass side, which is the side that has perhaps the most slightly buzzy playing. It's not that bad, but we're going to get it as perfect as we can. So quick first workings, and that should give us a good indication of how these frets are. It's always a good diagnostic thing. So cutting, 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 cutting. Not, there's a low spot there, which is what will be, and a low spot there, which has been what will have been causing the slight buzzing up that top end of the bass string, or the E and the A, I should say. So I'm going to just work that area a little harder, just to even it out. And there's a high fret on the 14th by the looks of it. And there's a couple of low ones in around it, so it's that combination of highs and lows that together a combination of highs and lows together that make the thing that give you the little bits of buzzes that you get. Now I would like my plectra. Okay, so even though we're doing this left-handedly, well, I've got a feeling actually this may be too flat on this side. Let's have a look. Yeah, I should have tweaked that before, but I didn't. So let's do it now. I'm going to add a bit of, reduce some of the curvature on the neck. So I'm going to hopefully let the strings bend a little bit of relief into the neck. And this is a double action, I think it's a double action truss rod, they say. But we just need enough to allow the strings to move a bit. It's getting there. very close and very low. And again, probably a little bit too low still for my liking. So let's give it a bit more of a slack off. Not with that one. Quite light strings, and I'm just going to check what we've got afterwards. We've got 10s afterwards, so that's going to add a little bit more loading to these. I think this shipped with 9s, I believe, but we shall correct that afterwards if necessary. Okay, a bit more room. Now I'm just listening. What I'm hearing there is a very low action set against a very limited amount of very flat neck still. So we're looking at, that is coming in at just over 1.5 mils. Feels slack, these strings. Where am I going for? Hang on. Get confused if you don't have dots. Just checking that neck relief again. Still pretty flat. This is going to increase with the 10s, so I'm going to leave it there for now because it's not far off. And now I'm going to do the next track I like to call the B track. We use the same calibration for that one. That's not the B track, sorry, it's the A track on a left-handed guitar. So we're going to hear how this goes. Okay, good with that. Like I say, it's these are 9s, so we're going to load it a little bit more. It won't make any difference to this leveling process. It means what will happen is we'll just get a more relief in the neck, and that's fine because I want a little bit more than that's currently in there, so we'll just pick up the slack if you like when we load it heavier. So now I'm doing the D track opposite way round to how I normally do it, of course. Now the thing here is we've got paper and we've got double strips of paper, so it's not exactly, it's a little bit thrown off by the different thicknesses of paper, believe it or not, so I'm kind of approximating slightly. It's not often that I do it like this with the paper on. Ideally you'd want no paper or only one thickness of paper, but occasionally on these upper frets we've got two, and there's nothing we can do about it. So we'll do the best we can. It's not so big a difference that it will throw the whole thing out, but it's just being aware of it. I think the should be about right. I've got a few low frets here, relatively speaking. That's what's caused a little bit of the zinging up top here. Do a tiny bit more on that track, D track. After this leveling, I think I might change the paper for the ready for the next one. Okay, well, yeah, okay, well, double thickness, but we'll live with it. Okay, a bit more curve. What we can do is just dust out the dust out the dust, you get it. Bit less curvature. And a fraction more. So sort of toing and froing a little bit. There we go. So it's a visual thing, but it's also a feel thing. You can feel when you're on the right, I call it calibration. So, here we go. As I've said many a time, the thing I like about leveling with this method right at the tip there, the thing I like about this method is that you can hear the improvement, and that tells you when to stop leveling, rather than chasing some arbitrary target or flatness, absolute flatness. We really just only take as much fret metal as is required to make our chosen action play. Okay, and here we go, the B and the E, and you see the dust that we chucked up, and we'll clean that all off, and then we'll be able to polish out the frets and finally remove all the paper, and we'll end up with a very nice clean fingerboard again. Slightly over curved, back off. Okay. Low one there. You can tell it's low because it's covered in black pen, so it's either been pressed in too hard or something. But what I'll expect is that one might buzz up there, because not bad actually. The low one makes the next one relatively high, or high relative to the low one, so that's why a low one can cause the next one to sound high, play high, because you're basically fretting in a ditch. And that's the last one there. Okie doke. Yep, low, missing that one right on this edge. That's not too big a problem. I mean, this is a very low action anyway, and this is what I want to do, is level to the lowest. And the player, owner, can go up from there. Okay, so there's my frets levelled. Okay. 15 glorious degrees. Okay, so at this point, don't forget I have to still take off this scratch plate, and I have to jump across, solder across a jumper from to join the bridge in the middle to the same tone. I actually forgot to do it, having changed the darned switch wiring over twice yesterday. Oh well. It's a price you pay. Okay, so we can pull these off. I did the small dremeling on the edge there, hence the green tape, so that's done. Now these are done and dusted with, so I'm going to cut them off here and then push the remainder bits through. I don't want to try and push them through from here with the coily bits on the end, because that will just be an absolute pain. So we get the first bit we can throw away. So this is the effort that goes into making a Harley Benton Standard Series. That one's not sitting flat, I need to do that up. Harley Benton Standard Series into a Dave Gilmour style, and of course I should have known, I'm going to need to remove the darned things. Back plate. Actually going to need to do that anyway, sorry, because I'm going to have to unclip the bridge ground, probably. These plates are supposed to be designed to let you get the strings in and out easily, but while they do seem to let you put the strings in more easily, it's actually quite difficult to get them out. So this really helps. Or it doesn't if the string is now wedged in and you need a little helper. Everything takes longer than it should. And that one won't go through, so we'll push on that one as well. Thank you. Now I can't get that out. Maybe the G will come out, yay! And the D, and the A, and the E. Thank you everybody, that was a nice bit of extra time spent doing stuff. Okay, so before I do the wiring switch over, what we'll do is we'll do the important bits regarding the frets, and the first one we're going to do is recrown or reshape the frets using the old marker pen again, and we're just going to run the StewMac crowning file over the top of this. Try and just keep the fingerboard covered, and then I'll go off I'll do two things. I'll go off camera. I'll go off camera and do two things. The first one is I'll polish out all the frets because that's just a noisy pain to not enjoy watching. And then I will take the scratch plate off and do that little jumper that I forgot to do, and then put it all back together. Okay. Pardon me. So this is just reshaping the frets from removing any flat spots from fret leveling, turning the frets back into a nice arch form. And the fact that we're kind of zooming along fairly quickly is a pretty good indicator that we didn't take much material off the frets. When there's one that's unusually high, you'll find that you stop there and have to work it a lot harder. But with this, it's pretty good. Now, I said the 14th had a bit of a high spot, so let's see if we have to spend any longer time there. 13th, 14th, on that side a bit, on this edge, not so much. So even then that wasn't really that big of a deal. Okay, nearly done. And then we're into the polishing out stage, for which we're going to use a load of different grade papers. So let me do that off camera and see you in a minute. Okay, so that's all the polishing done, and I've got grime to clean off here, and there's not really many ways we can do it apart from no, it's going to have to be with solvent now, just to get the last bit of grime out. It's unavoidable when you're cleaning up or when you're leveling. I've got as much as I can off, and actually it's not too bad. It's keeping it mostly clean. You can see there's a bit coming off. Anyway, so this is the final clean-up of the fingerboard after the polishing of the frets. Prior to that, the leveling and recrowning. So a bit of grime coming out, but not too much. I've taken most of the pen off the fret sides and everything prior to taking the masking tape off. Now we've got some grime on the side which we can get rid of now. We've also got some grime, some masking tape glue on the black finish, but I'm not going to take that off just yet because I've got to take this scratch plate off again. I was going to do that off camera, but I might as well do it now anyway. So this is a bit tricky. Let's put the soldering iron on. It's going to make a noise, but anyway. So here we go. Now I've got to get into the switch and lay across a small joiner across two lugs, which shouldn't be that difficult. It would be great if I could do it without removing the whole lot, but in a way at least it will let us clean under there as well. So and that one's annoyingly off centre from the hole, so nothing I can do about that. I missed that one altogether. Thank you. Thank you. So right, this is was the next bit. You've got to take off the neck because you can't get the stuff out. You can't get the stretch plate out without taking the neck off again. Something of a pain, eh? So that sort of confirmed it. There we go. Take that out. Put that up here. What a pain. Still. Okay, so here is our mist out. With our scratch plate, we're going to take that off, and I'm going to put some bit of cloth down there and see where I can plonk this, that I can do what I need to do. Well, actually I can just drop it there, which is good, and then I can do my little jumper thing, which is going to go from there to there. So there's a tiny little bit required. Well, we'll go with half of that to begin with, and then we'll cut it back. So, give me a pleasure of seeing this last little mess about. Probably out of focus, who knows. We need a bit of solder. So we're going to place this on here. If I can even hold the darn thing. So actually what I probably could do with is a little bit of solder blobbed on here, preloaded, so I can get it to stick down without too much playing around. Not quite the way I wanted that to go. Downhill a bit, please. Thank you. You notice there's never a correct place to put your soldering iron. Just nothing at all is ideal. Okay, so I'm going to do a left-handed approach here. Okay, and that's going to be, pardon my stomach rumbling as always, a drop across to join these two lugs together. And we'll just hold this down a little bit if necessary to get it to join. Thank you. That should be enough. Okay, so while that's there, I'm going to blimey, what am I doing? I'm now sort of cleaning up these bits here, which are, even in the time since starting doing this, these have become grubby and they've got some sticky tape residue, so we'll get rid of that first though, and then we'll gently put everything back together. It's funny how sometimes you get that happen. You get the paper sticking, the glue sticking, and sometimes other times it doesn't. Okay, it's not sticking now, not sticking now. Throw that on the floor. gently bring this all back across, guide everything back under there, we hope. No, that's sticking up. Go underneath, please. Go underneath, please. Go underneath, please. Like I said, it's a right old pain to get something to fit when you've added stuff to it, because it's just not necessarily isn't the right space for what you're doing. So make sure everything else is aligned before we put any more in. Great. So there we go. Getting close to it. Now we're going to put the neck back on, and that means readjusting the alignment, but I think we can hold off that until we put the new strings on this time, and we'll use them to just tweak the alignment. Okay. Yeah, it's funny how I forgot that little jumper, even though I was thinking about it this morning. I managed to forget it when it came to coming out to the shed again. Okay. Righty-ho. Put the lid on here for a minute. Go back to light torque. That's the only one that isn't perfectly aligned, but there's not a lot I can do about it. Possibly that one as well, but close. Oh, one missing there. Well done. Okay. Okay, right, there's that bit done, that's off. All good. Still, this needs cleaning again. That's the problem. You have to handle this to do all these adjustments that you keep finding yourself saddled with. No bridge pun intended. But once we get them out of the way, we can get done. Okay. Good, good, good. Everything good. Everything good. Get it all in place. So this one I already know takes a fair bit of pushing to one side to get it where I want it to be, so I can do most of that without the need for the strings on, so we can get it close, if not, thanks a lot, spot on. Stay on there. struts on the floor. I need to wait till we're inside before I can give this a proper clean up. Okay, so now's the time to put on the strings. And after that, I think that will be, oh, we're nearly done. What I will need to do, or I will do, after we put these on, is I will get the other one ready. We'll put the neck back on the candy apple one. So, here we go. We obviously haven't done the intonation yet, so I don't know how far off that is. 1, 2, 3. How are they doing these? These are in straight following pairs, aren't they? I never can tell. Some brands do it that way and others don't. Two more. Now this time I'm going to put them on again with a small amount of give. You know, so there goes one on the floor. I'm going to pull them through and just leave enough for one dismount and remount in case we need to, or in case Carlos needs to for some reason. It's no point just putting it on so that they're guaranteed to break on the first emergency demount, dismount, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, dokie. Here we go. Come on, all the way through, please. Would you do it, please? Thank you. Okay, so starting from the outside. Make sure the ball end is up through, and then pull back a fingernail's worth. That's my strategy. There we go. Again, make sure this is all the way up. Through the locking part. All the way through, back a fingernail's worth. And so on. That's how it's going to go. Can never see where this damn thing's going in. That way. Thank you. So again, only got to just keep a close eye on the alignment part of things. Make sure that's good. Any last minute tweaks if necessary. Goes the G. Aha, that one had dropped back down, so that was good. Through you go. So I was able to have a look because Carlos sent me a link to these tuners, and they're good. Axis R Us own brand, I think, and they're made of aluminum, but they're very nice shaped. So I'm going to have a look, or consider them for a future project. Okay, so while I'm here, let's get rid of the excess. had an interesting thing the other day. I sent a guitar back to a customer, and when it got back, the intonation wasn't right for when he tested it. And it's interesting because sometimes you feel like when that happens, you feel like you're making excuses for something, and actually what's true is that the intonation, and this is something I should talk about perhaps in front of ahead of the game really, the intonation on a guitar is a crude variable, if you like. What I mean by that, a gross variable you could call it, so that of the different things that will change how let's put it another way. Of the things affecting the guitar's intonation, or the intonation of the strings for any particular guitar, how an individual frets the notes is critical to that, right? And how hard an individual presses, and it varies between all of us, is a big, substantial variable in that equation. And it's one of the ones that I have no control over, other than how I do it. And I may set the intonation for how I do it, which is very likely how I'll do this now. And there's no objective, absolute way of doing it, because even if, for example, I go the opposite way, instead of playing how I normally play, or fretting how I normally fret, say I fret only as hard as absolutely minimal required to make the note ring, then you could say, well, okay, that's a sort of a benchmark. But then again, if a customer plays any harder than that, the intonation will be out for them again. So it's a funny one. That it seems to be very difficult to get right stroke control. But it does come with the risk or the result that a customer can experience. They can get their guitar back, and it can, I've said in my review of what's happened that I've set the intonation, and it can feel to the customer like that hasn't happened, because it's off according to when they check it. So it's actually a difficult one for a tech to win on. I mean, I don't mean win as in win lose, but it's a sort of wide open for disappointment, I guess, is a way of putting it. Okay, so there's a little bit of paper glue. Okay, so here we have everything in line, all lined up. We've got lots of stretching that we'll need to do. One thing I'm going to check before I go any further is I just want to make sure everything works, because we've again taken the heart out, taken the gubbins out, we've put it back in, and it's always a possibility that you break a connection. And this is not so. Okay. That should be adding neck in with bridge, yes, neck off, bridge on. Okay. Okay, that's working. So let's worry about that. I can't play this thing, so it's not going to be any fun playing experiments, but let's just get back to a bit of stretching. Let's tie you up in the corner there. It's a very odd magic hand arrangement. Okay, so I'm going to again get back into a bit of stretching, and then we'll get a note off the machine, and we'll start working to that note a few times. Of course, with the strings, it's got to settle down once you've tuned it, or once you start stretching it. Okay, so what we've got here is we actually ought to check the intonation now. We've still got some stretching to do, but let's do the intonation at this point, because if there's a lot of movement on these saddles, I want to know about it now and take care of it now before we do any more stretching. Let me just try that again. Why is that? In. Let's have a look. So we'll start with the high E. It's very difficult when you can't get your arm over the jack. According to that, that's just about right. And the bridge staggers forward in the expected pattern from there. We'll just double check everything, but we'd expect most of these to be close. Pretty much on. This has come up. How's this come up since I've last did this? Would you please come along? Where did that go? That's weird. Yeah, this absolutely definitely needs the short screws. And the only alternative to that is to shim the neck. Which is a bit of a deal, biggish deal for, well, I'm not going to say no reason. I'm just looking at this. This is kind of bottomed out now, and we're intonated okay. I want the height to be right. I just want to double check that. So, as you can see, this is what I don't like about doing upgrades and things. You have to manhandle the guitar so much. Okay, that's a fraction high still for my liking. We've I mean, it's not far off, but it's we're almost on the, well, we're on the deck there. That's as much as a downward adjustment as I can make on the low E, and it really is just, it's only just at my target action. Yeah, like I say, the only alternative to that is we shim the neck, which is yet another major pain in the what's it. We could do it, and it gives us back a bit more downward adjustment. What do you say? We do it? Can we do it without taking the? Yes, we can. Well, so it's one of those situations now. So we can take the neck off by first things first. Having wound on a little bit of extra allows us a little bit of slack. Okay, that's the first thing, which is cool because it means we can manipulate the neck or take the neck off without it being massively under load. So that's the first thing. We can probably wind these up again without unscrewing the locking part. Now, if we could push these all the way through, there wouldn't probably be enough slack to allow me to do this shim. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is find a shim. And we don't need a huge amount or huge jump, but we need enough to make it worthwhile. And that has to be enough. I suspect we need a little bit of tin or something. Let's see what we've got knocking around. Here's a bit of tin. I'll measure the thickness of it. We've got some copper here, which is about 0.6, is it? Maybe more. No, 0.6. Then we've got tin, which is 0.2, 0.21. Same here, tin again, 0.18. Really? No, 0.323. So it's going to be tin or 0.6 is quite a lot. We've got quite a lot of room. We are bottomed out, and the truth is, if we're going to shim it, well, we might want to rescue back some of this grub screw height, because we don't really want the screws sticking out a mile there. Here's a custom made, I mean, that's perfectly ready made shim from something else. Let me see what the best thickness I've got is on the copper front. That's that one. Nah, too thick. So I think we've got a little piece of wood here which we could potentially use as a shim. Sorry, that's going to be too big. That's 1.26, so forget that. Yeah, well, I go with the familiar. It's a very small amount, but it will do the job. Let me just think. 0.7 is going to turn into about 0.4 at that end. Half a mil. Actually, the truth is, it's probably better off if it would be the copper rather than the tin. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw around the tin template, because I know it's a decent shape shim that I've used before, and we're going to cut it out with our tin snips. I'm going to lose some on the floor, which I'll vacuum up later. Tin shim. So the world of opinion gets again very divided on all these things. So some people hate shims, hate the thought of them. But when a manufacturer has made the guitar the way it's made this one, you can see that we don't have a choice. So to have it at the playing action that we set out to get, we're forced to have the grub screws sticking out by miles, and there's no option but to have the saddles on the deck, which is also not ideal. The only good thing about it is yes, you've got the heel to heel contact, right? That's good in one sense, but we've got nowhere to go in terms of adjusting the action. So what I'm going to do is the following. And hopefully this will be the last adjustment we have to make. I think the thing about this is it just goes to show you get so far with it, and then you find you have to do something else. It's quite a long, drawn-out game, I have to say. I didn't want that to happen either. Right, so now I can carefully take this off and lay it over here, protecting the strings as much as possible. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bit of double-sided tape on here to keep this shim. I'm going to give it a squeeze first to flatten it out, if I can. And then just check it out for size, sitting so it doesn't get in the way. Right, that's fine, doesn't get in the way of anything. Then we're going to place it. Yeah, there's a lot of some very diverse opinions on the whole business of shims, and some people scream that it's terrible and it means that there's a potential to deform the guitar heel because the shim is holding it up in the air a little bit, if you like. Other people don't see a problem with it, myself included, because if you think about it, manufacturers like Fender and others have been using adjustable tilt heels for a long time, which is effectively a shim that lifts up the heel and creates an air gap effectively. So it's good enough for those guitars. It's certainly good enough for the home guitar. So here we have the shim. Now you could, if you want to get mathematical, and I'm not very mathematical at all, you can probably work out the range of shims you could possibly use and the resultant effect they have on where the action sits once you put them in place. I'm not that kind of person. I prefer to just do it. Now this one, remember that body originally had a shim anyway, so that could be because it could be a sign that this guitar actually it could be a sign that the pocket was faulty from the outset and needed that shim. We didn't know, and I had to go on the basis that we had to guess whether it was the pocket or the heel that was requiring the shim, and I guessed wrong, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. So we've got the shim in there, and I'm going to go back to where we were, and this time I'm going to get ready to pressure down on the neck again, because we've got the strings here. We can also get a better look straight away, but we want to get this he said having to go and get the rubber strips. Yeah, we can start aligning this correctly from the outset. So the first thing I'm going to do is get the corner one in, and that's going to pull up on the heel. Now this one, again, I'm going to, let's have a look where it's going. Okay, I want it this way still, so I'm going to give it some more pressure. It's sort of slightly difficult to do. It's not the most ideal situation in the world, but and I'm going to pressure it and tighten the other one. Zzz. that is, wow, it's as good a thing as we're going to get. Now, this has changed the whole action, of course. It's all tightened up, so what we now want to do, since we've needed to use a shim, we didn't really have a choice now, so this is going to bring these saddles, grub screws back into play, and it means that to get the working action, we're going to end up with these saddles, grub screws, pretty much all the way in, and that's a much better outcome for the way this guitar is going to feel to handle. It's not critical to playability, but it makes a difference in how it feels. So we're going to have to readjust all the initial heights to, again, map our preferred action, but this always feels better when you've actually got the saddle standing up on their legs rather than sat flat on the floor, not being able to go anywhere. Okay, so that was a bit of a rescue job of that. Now I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at this alignment of this neck, and it's still not ideal the way I want it, and it has to come this way more, and it isn't doing it. The problem is it's trying to push against the it doesn't really have anywhere to shim to do this pushing business, so I'm not best thrilled with it. We're kind of running out of adjustment. I'm trying to think of a way we can actually do this with a little bit more force next time, so we don't have to push it up against the... Let's have a look. Can we do that? Yeah, I suppose we can. Let's try it leaning on the bench this time. Okay, so I'm going to use as much pressure as I can. I'll loosen this off a little bit, see if I can get an extra bit of pull. Keep the pressure on. Fortunately, it's a little bit unscientific because you don't have a good view. That's not bad, actually. I'm happy with that. But like I say, it's a bit crude, but it's done the job. Okay, so now we've got adjustability back, which is what we wanted, and we should probably go to get it first of all in tune roughly, so it's not flopping around. Okay, so back to heights. We know that the intonation is good, and I'm going to switch glasses for this, get this dead right now. And okay, so low E, 1.5 mils, spot on. 1.5 a little higher, so tiny bit, oops, the other way. Tiny bit too low. Okay, and down a bit again. Very, very delicate adjustments. Okay, 1.5, still over, so fraction down, more down. More down again. Okay, this is running out just under, that's okay, that's a bit right, that's a bit under. Not far. Okay. Creaks as it settles in. let us let's do one more thing. Let's just do it tighten by hand. So you can see this has taken an awful lot of time, and it's more than a chap can charge a customer for. I'm not saying that for guilt trippings, I'm just saying that because you can see things that sound easy or straightforward never are. They're never as straightforward as they sound. So, but as you know, I do my best. Okay, so now we've got pickups that are a fair distance away from the strings, but again, a personal taste. But I'm going to just have a look, make some gentle adjustments. Not major, but a little bit. Okay, that ideas is about as much as I want to go up. Well, centre ones are quite close, about 3mm at his lowest point. Okay, so there we have it. After all this time, we're done. A little bit more stretching to do. I'm not going to do that on this video. I'm going to take it indoors and call it done. So just give you a final last look. I don't know how to make this work. Let's try and get you looking upwards. It's not going to work, is it? Because that's just, it's given up. Try that. Something like that. Oh God, it's terrible. Anyway, look, there we have it. So the Dave Gilmour Harley Benton. We just need to change out the things. No, we need to put the cover on the back. This alignment on, it's not as good as I'd like it to be, but we just don't have any more room to move that neck. It just, it will not go any further. There's no short of sanding away one side of this, but that will really, it's not made for that. So that's the price I'm afraid we're going to pay. But actually the important thing is there's no lack of playability. It's just a little bit more real estate in favour, I should say, of the base side. But you know, it's a sort of, it's what you get. It's the payoff for the swapping over two necks. You know, and not actually reworking them in any massive way, which we don't want to do. So that's about it. I mean, the main thing, like I say, is sometimes you just have to kind of take it on the chin and say that that isn't ever going to be the perfect alignment, but the main issue is oh, there you are, how it plays, and that's, you know, we're looking for it to play properly. And after a fair bit of toing and froing, we've got there. A little bit more stretching of the strings and they'll be stable, and as much alignment on the neck as we're going to get without major surgical adjustments, which again is a few more hours, and it introduces a kind of fit instability into this that I wouldn't be happy with. I mean, we can always push the saddles a little bit, spread it out. It's not so bad. I'm just being very finicky. That's as good as we're going to get a fit without scuffing the sides, so I'm not going to do any more there. I've done a bit of Dremel work. And there we have it. So the Gilmour Strat from Harley Benton meets Real Love Guitars meets Carlos's Ambition. Oh, I suppose, while I'm at it, and before Morris and I go, I suppose we ought to do the honours with the other neck and put it back together, because this handsome cherry apple, no, that's not the word, candy apple beastie is now available to rent or rent or buy. No, it's available at a knockdown price of, what did we say? Oh my god, 50 quid, including postage. And that's me losing out on postage and you gaining a fabulous basic Harley Benton. I mean, they're standard model. They're not expensive, but the thing that you can at least be certain of is that we've had a look at this one. Now I can see a little bit of a difference here. This one is just slightly snugger on the fit here, whereas the other one is a little looser, as you can tell. Let me just see. If my eyes didn't delude me, they've put a shim in here of some kind. How did they do that? That's weird. It's like I can just see where they've stuck a shim in the back, but it's absolutely flush with there. Wow. Okay, so to make this a playing unit, we may have to make a small adjustment. Actually, you know what? It's pretty close. That's where it is. Actually, yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, so there. I'm going to put the plate back on. But there we have the beastie. Finding the original screws is probably better than getting new ones. So there's one on the floor. There's another one here. There's the plate. Holy cow! And there's the other one. It's a pain. All these bits and pieces. There it is. We got it. Yeah, that's on. It's just a little tighter than the other one, the original. Yes, so thing is with this, I'm not really going to set it up, so I tell you what I might do. I might just tap these on for now, and then since I'm not setting, this is just sold as not scrap, sold at cost price, or under cost price, sold as surplus. It might just be smart to leave it for a new owner to do anything to it, and they could have it in 2 pieces, which might make the postage a bit easier. But then again, I could probably just have it strings on, and yeah, it's not a 100% perfect fit, but it isn't bad. I mean, they're just slightly different because they're off a different part of, or different time, different line on the production. But so the idea would be to gently pick these little fellas and refit them one way or another. Of course, to do that, we've got to untangle all of this, and it's a bit of a fiddle. It's not the funnest thing in the world, but that's what we've got. It's a nice candy apple. It's a really good quality, sparkly finish, I have to say. I was very surprised when I saw it. Pleasantly surprised. No reason why it shouldn't be for Harley B. Twang. So we just get this. We'll see how it lines up. It may be that this one sits what feels like a little too high, but that's okay, really. Either which way, we're going to have bits of string sticking up, so it's never going to be. Please, how come that just jumped off there? Come on, help me out. Don't want to be doing this forever. Right, So we've got, yeah, 35 plus 15. It's brand new, hasn't been done anything to, only it's just basically ready to go. Can I get that over the top of the cap stand, please? Stand. Everything's harder left-handed, of course. Yeah, let's see, look at the alignment of that. That's all over the place, baby. See, this could be just a bit of a pain in the oops. I mean, the first one was just about a goer. Hellfire, where did that go? But this one, hello, go through there, please, thank you. Yeah, by the time we have a look at this with strings on, we might just conclude that this version of the two is not really a goer without quite a bit of neck heel work, just judging by the line-up at the moment. Well, that's out of the way. Yeah, there's a long, big old pile of overhang there, which isn't very encouraging. But as a start for someone to redo, it might be fun. Or I may just be saying to Carlos, it isn't going to work as a quick sale. It's got to have work put into it, and that's going to be a labour of love for not a lot of fiscal return, given that you can buy one of these for 67 quid, albeit not with the rosewood. Fine, that's true. You can't get the candy apple with the rosewood, but you'd have to be pretty specific about your needs if that was going to sway you. Okay, come on. So we'll have a look. We'll give the neck a bit of a swing around, but I don't think we're going to get that much movement in it. I don't think we're going to want that much movement in it to get it across to line up here. Do you know what? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's way off, really. It's amazing how much off it is. So you can see it wasn't perfect on the Gilmour-esque one, but there was enough room in the natural realignment of the neck that we can do, but this one's going to demand even more. Just the way it is. Yeah, at about 1 trillion miles off, so we're going to be pushing which way? Oh, we can't go that way. There's no give. And there's literally no give. It's the wrong way. No. I think this is just going to end up being a long-term fun job for somebody, but I don't think it's going to be me. I think that's me for the time being, though. That's for sure. Okay, so I'll take it in a bit later on and we'll offer it to somebody for a project. But right now, I mean, the only way you'd make this work is to move the bridge, but then if you move the bridge you would lose position on the pickups, so it's just not a perfect fit. There we go. Alright, that's it for now.